Hello, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Midnight. I don't think I have many people who watch me at that late, but I do have some, Lithuanian followers, so, it's always nice to say good morning, good evening, good day. Today, we're going to play some more Kerbal. I promise there are other games coming. I'm just in a bit of a Kerbal rut right now. What are our goals for today? Well, I'd like to start getting all of that fleet of ships I launched. I want to get those in orbit around Jool. I'd like to go ahead and throw some Kerbals at Eeloo, if we can, and get a few, fuel barges around Jool, or at least on the way, because I know that we're probably not going to have enough fuel for all those ships. And then the final thing is when we get our next encounter, or our next window with Jool, I'd really like to see if we can build a some kind of I'm trying to use words here, lander, an atmospheric lander for Lathe, because Lathe has always troubled me. Let's go. Because if we can get this done today, that leaves, if we can get most everything on the way, that leaves for next weekend really just Eve and Moho. And that'll be that. All right. Let's check our tracking station and make sure everything still looks good. Yep, all four of those craft are on their way to Jool. 3, 4. They are gone. They are heading their way. Alright, heck yeah. So we don't really have to worry about them anymore. So let's start thinking about Eeloo. Now, Eeloo, you want to be... There's Eeloo. You want it to be before 90 degrees. So let's go ahead and work on that. Because Eeloo's actually relatively close in its orbit, meaning that it will be easier to go get to. So we'll just sit here, everybody, and watch the music of the spheres. Okay, that's about 90 degrees. So we're going to come around here, bring it around town, and that looks just about right for an Eeloo encounter, as I remember it. Let me double check my map, everybody, and then we're going to go get Eeloo. We're going to launch basically our Jool rocket, because it's got everything I need to go to Eeloo and back. I might add a few more RTGs, because that one person I was talking to, Nick, yesterday, just Nick, terrified me about not having enough electrical power. So let's go ahead and find this and make sure we are on target. Here it is. We're a little early. Let's add a couple more weeks. There we go. That should be very close. All right, let's go ahead and go back. Let's go really quickly and work on that rocket and add what we need to add for Eeloo. And then, yeah, we're going to go out. We're going to go get it. So let's go ahead and load. Load. Eeloo. Manned mission. Definitely got a renamed Jool rocket. A Rochette rocket. There we go. Alright, there we go, everybody. So let's come down here. Let's delete our fairing so we can work inside of it. And the biggest thing is I'm very worried about not having enough of these, so gonna switch this on to 4. Let's go to electrical. Let's grab where my RTG's at. Let's grab a couple more of these. There we go. That'll make us tons of power. Okay, save. Let's rebuild that fairing. Build fairing. I'll wait to get that green. There we go. Okay. Boom. Wow, 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 wow. All right, there we go, everybody. There's our Eeloo rocket. Let's drop some Kerbals in this sucker. Boom. Pilot, Lowman, our pilot, scientist, engineer. These are the ones we need. Let's check our cargo. We should have all the cargo that we need. All right, we're good to go, folks. And this new lander has a probe core, so it can be used as an impactor. All right, let's go to space. That's right, folks. No long build today. We're launching right away because we've got the one-size-fits-all rocket. It slices, it dices, it goes to every planet except for the inner ones. Okay, we're going to power up. And here we go. Yeah! She flies better than she looks, everybody. So much better. Alright, here we go. Gonna hit supersonic here very soon. That should be roughly supersonic right about now. Prepping for first booster ejection. There they go. Yeah, I need to work on the boosters that are already on there and redo their separatrons so they actually eject properly and prettily. Because that's a nice, pretty ejection. Okay, we're going to start turning her over ever so carefully, everybody. Let's take a quick look. We still have a ways to go, so we're going to start pushing sideways. I want to go ahead and push this up to about 100 kilometers. So we're just going to push this out here. Heck, even 85 kilometers to be just about perfect at this point. pushing sideways until we're close to 70. This one's going to be nice and efficient. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and build really quickly our circularization. Boop. Wait till they switch places. The apoapsis and periapsis, and then, you know, your nearest makes no difference to circular. Oh, we're going to fight with it here. Okay, let's go ahead and align really quickly to our burn. Let's get rid of this. Boom! Look at that. Beautiful. Let's pop our lights on so we can actually see what we're doing. Since it's very dark on this side of the planet, because we're doing ops on the dark side. Because why wouldn't we? That's what this channel does. We only do things on the dark side of planets. Alright, 28 seconds. We'll fire up our stage here. We should eject this right before we reach orbit, so it'll drop in. This kicker stage just does become space junk, but, you know, what can you do? Alright. Just hold it. Here we go. This will get us most of the way to orbit using the rest of this stage. We've got a nice big Rhino engine there. Good for mid to second stage work, but it works just fine in low orbit. Let the rocket settle. Let it go. Alright, here we go. We will be almost circular. Circular, the correct way to say it. Like instead of nuclear, you say nuclear. All right, there we go. All right, let's pop in here. We saw plenty of fuel in this kicker stage to get us moving. So let's go ahead and get our radiators open. Let them start radiating. Okay, there we go. All right, this is going to be a long burn. We're going to start the day with kind of a long burn, which, you know, a lot of long burns yesterday. I know it's a bit boring, but, you know, it's what you gotta do to go where you want to go. All right, first, let's go out here. Let's find our target. Okay, set as target. Okay, here we go. We're gonna just keep pushing that velocity up, bring that orbit all the way out. I have only been to Eeloo like one time, I think. There's not a lot out there. And it is a very, very Delta V expensive world to get to. Like, Eeloo is kind of out there. Well, there's a Jool. That's hilarious. There's our Jool interaction. We don't want that, though. How does that handle us doing a grav-assisted Jool? Well, we're not ever actually going to get that encounter, because as soon as we do this, we're going to set up an ascending node change, and we're going to match Eeloo, and then we're going to go there. So let's just get this out to Eeloo right there. Okay? So that way we don't have to worry about Jool, though we could wave as we fly by to our fleet that's there. You can see the whole fleet out here on its way out. The convoy, if you will, heading to Jool encounters. Alright. Let's go ahead and line up with this. We have 26 minutes. This is not going to be that long of a burn. 7 minutes, 18 seconds. But we will have a do not be fooled, everyone. We will have like a 2 or 3 minute burn later on to do a plane change and start trying to get out to Eeloo. But here we go. The craft is working nice. One thing I want to do is we're going to, before I forget, we're going to allow partial on all of these parts. That will become important later. Okay, there we go. Alright, we are aligned. The radiators are doing okay. Jesus. I have always wondered that, yeah, it's called Jool, and the vapes are called Jool. Now, I will say this. I don't actually smoke. I am not a smoker, never have been. Well, let me rephrase. On a very special occasion. Like, I kid you not, less than once per year. Like, I haven't had one in several years. I will smoke a cigar. But outside of that, I don't smoke. It's just, I've never, outside of, like, things like cigars, I smoked hookah when I was in Egypt a couple years ago, and that was pretty cool. But, yeah, I don't really, like, smoke cigarettes or a pipe or anything like that, because it's not really for me. But I do enjoy, like, you know, if you're hanging out with friends and someone has something special to celebrate, like, having, like, a nice cigar with some whiskey is pretty relaxing. That feels pretty good. I can see why people smoke them all the time. I do not, because, number one, I could not afford such a habit. And number two, I know that it's, you know, when you do things like smoking cigars, I mean, it's not good for you. You're hurting yourself, but, you know, everything in moderation, including moderation. Yes, that is a reference, and I do not get what it's from. I am too much of a shut-in to know what reference you're making. Oh, it's a JoJo. Oh, and I'm starting this burn late because I was facing the wrong way. Okay, so it is a meme format. I will say I've seen parts 1, 2, and 3, and they are wacky and fun. I would strongly suggest parts 1, 2, and 3. You just kind of have to be ready for JoJo. Like, there's... how do I put it? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is its own thing, and it does not care whether you like it or not. But it's a heck of a show. It's a fun time. Like, I'll say that. It's a fun time. You'll have a good time. I think Dio is probably one of the all-time great villains. Along with, I can't remember his name, but one of the Pillarmen in Part 2 is a great villain, too. Part 2, I think, actually is my favorite, like, of all of the JoJo stuff. I really like Part 2. Joseph Joestar, who is the main character in Part 2, is my favorite character. So, yeah, I recently watched a ton of JoJo with a special someone, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Like, is it the greatest anime ever? No, it is not, but it's a fun time. Yes, Budnutimus, I don't know if you popped in yesterday, but I have like 5 manned missions heading towards, or 4 manned missions, 1 unmanned mission heading towards Jool right now, which we're going to handle later today. What I'm doing right now... oh, okay, cool. What I'm doing right now is this is our Eeloo mission. We're getting Kerbals out to Eeloo. I started this burn late, so it's going to be really inefficient, but of all the Kerbals, I think these are going to be the ones that make it back, because, you know, Eeloo doesn't have a huge amount of gravity, so I think these guys are going to have a lot of Delta V left over. At least I hope so. I put 4 more engines on my ships than I normally did because I'm streaming and I don't want people to have to wait all the time. So they have 8 instead of 4 to make these burns like a lot faster. And by a lot faster, I mean not much faster because they're nuclear engines. I mean, you said you want, like, you know of JoJo. Do you watch any anime? There's a couple out there that you should look into. Spy vs. Family is like the most adorable thing you've ever seen. I've always been a fan of Cowboy Bebop and Outlaw Star. I think both those shows are pretty spectacular. I'm currently rewatching Outlaw Star. Evangelion. Okay, here's the thing. If you want to get your anime education, and you want to watch an anime that was like, I guess you could say, important, is what I'm going to say, an important anime to, what is it, for, yeah, an important anime that would, to the history of anime, Evangelion's good, but I'm going to be honest, Evangelion to me has always been the ravings of a madman who ran out of money. Like, just be ready that you need to watch the original show, deal with the original ending, and then watch the modified ending, which is called, I believe, End of Evangelion. And even then, it's weird as hell. But it's worth the watch. If you're curious about anime, it's one of those shows that I would highly suggest, because it's, you know, it's important that you see it. It's definitely not my favorite. Other recommendations I can give are Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That show is spectacular. It's strange. It's strange. Even for like as a mecha anime, it's weird. Kill la Kill is a great anime. It is spectacular. It's self-aware. There's not a ton of anime that will like make me laugh really, really hard. Kill la Kill will make me laugh. Like every time I've watched it, I laugh a bunch. It has great comedic timing. The battles are really fun. All the characters are really cool and the designs are neat. Kill la Kill is a good time. If you want to watch something with a little bit more of a Western bent, but which is also anime, I would also highly suggest Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Made in collaboration with CD Projekt Red. That show, it's made by the same people who did Kill la Kill, which is Studio Trigger. That show is freaking amazing. If you like the Cyberpunk game, or at least the Cyberpunk aesthetic, you will love Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Avatar: The Last Airbender is amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I'm gonna date myself here a little bit. But it came out between when I was in high school and college, and I was one of the only people in my college dorm that had a television. And when they showed the finale, there were like, I had a tiny TV too. Like it was like 20 inches across or something hilarious. It was like slightly bigger than a laptop screen. And when the finale for Avatar: The Last Airbender came out, like my room had like 30 people in it. Everybody came to watch that. Like people who you didn't even think watched shows like that were in my room to watch the finale. Yeah, it was like Avatar: The Last Airbender is spectacular. You will not be disappointed. Like, that's one of those shows too I would advise, like, don't binge it, sip it, you know? Like, watch maybe 2 or 3 episodes a day and just set yourself on that path and you'll get through it and you'll be really happy when it's over. I was not as big a fan of Korra. I've only seen like 1 or 2 seasons of Korra, and I have never been a massive fan, but I think Avatar: The Last Airbender was something really special. See, this is what I need, Spudnutimus. You're helping. I need these good conversations when I'm doing these mega stupid long burns. See, that's the thing. Cable is garbage. Prime and Hulu will get you a long way. I mean, you know, I'm not endorsing it or anything, but Prime, Hulu, and on occasion sailing the high seas will get you a fairly long way for pretty much everything you want to see. Man, I hope I get this encounter. You talk about it, we did not have cable in my home until I was almost out of high school. We did not have any internet that was better than dial-up until a year before I graduated high school. Like, yeah, we lived, like, I could not game online when I was in high school. I could not do anything like that. We lived deeply and totally under a rock. Yeah, okay, so I've seen the first 2 seasons of The Expanse, but then they killed my favorite character. So it's like, it killed me, and I haven't gotten the chance to, like, get back into it. It's on the list. I really want to watch The Expanse, because, you know, it's like future Kerbal Space Program, the TV show. Okay. Really gonna want that. Really gonna want that encounter here pretty soon. Starting to get worried about getting to Eeloo, folks. There it is. There it is, folks. Okay, that's okay. Bring this back up. Okay, let's pin this. And we'll start playing this game. I wasn't worried, like, by the way. I said I was worried just to make everybody feel better, but I totally wasn't worried. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's bring this... Oh, nope. Okay, we're having a little trouble here getting it. That's okay. When in doubt, we'll give it some radial. Let's give it a lot of radial and force it. I need to. Oh, it's been so long that I'm gonna have to rewatch everything. Like, it has been obscenely long since I watched The Expanse. Okay. There we go. There's our encounter, everybody. It's that easy. I was never even worried. I was never even scared. Not a little bit. Not totally a whole bunch that I would fail in front of everybody here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole thing. So, The Expanse actually used to be my workout show. So I'm like one of those people that I have to have... I am not one of those people who's like, oh yeah, bro, let's hit the gym. I hate going to the gym. I do it because I don't want to die early. But, like, I haven't been to the gym recently because I've been working in a construction job, so I'm pretty sore at the end of every week, but I need to be going to the gym and getting, like, at least some cardio in, like, a couple times a week. And the biggest thing that makes me want to go to the gym most of the time is if I have, like, a really good TV show. Because I can put my phone on the treadmill and I can watch a TV show. So, The Expanse was, for, like, months, my workout show. like, if once I create a workout program, and I mean like not a workout program like, oh, you work out on these days. I mean like a workout program, a TV show I am only allowed to watch while I'm at the gym. I will go to the gym all the time because I want to watch more of that show. And The Expanse was that show. Oh yeah, I want to read the books. I actually have the first one. A friend loaned it to me for a while ago, and I never really gave it back. So eventually, I need to give that book back to him, and I need to also like, I need to give that book back to him, and then I probably will just put it on my, what's it called, my Kindle, because while I love the feel of a good book in my hands, I don't like carrying books around. And having everything either on my Kindle or on my what is it? Yeah, on my Kindle or on my iPad is super helpful because, you know, it's kind of like a Steam cloud save for your book. So if I read something on my phone and then I have to like put it down and I come home later and I pick up my iPad and I open it, it will be at the place I left off on my phone, so I can just keep reading it there. It's really convenient if you're traveling a lot or if you're working a lot and you can only get in a little bit of reading every day. I have like 3 books I have to finish, though. I have to finish Dune. Have you read Dune? Sorry, everybody. I had to blow my nose there for a second. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing when it comes to reading. Like, I need to read more. Like, I feel bad that I don't read as much as I need to. All right, back to this really quickly. Okay, this is going to be a 4-minute and 35-second burn. See, everybody, I told you, we're not done with the long burns yet. But we're setting up exciting moments either at the end of this stream or the beginning of next Kerbal stream next weekend, where we're going to be landing, like, it's going to be like, capture burn, land, land, capture burn, land, land. Everybody's going to be landed everywhere. Dune is pretty good. Like, Dune is really, like, I was surprised how much I've been enjoying Dune. 217. Yeah, it's the movies. It's Villeneuve, I think, is the director. He apparently is like a mega Dune fan, and you can kind of tell in the work because he is like obsessive, and that universe looks so cool. Yeah, that universe looks amazing. So it's definitely something I want to keep reading and exploring. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I know a lot of people who don't like Arrival. I really enjoy Arrival. I really like the concept of, like, for those who are watching, I don't want to spoil the end of Arrival because it's a mindfuck in the best way possible. But Arrival covers something that you don't really get in a lot of alien movies, is that alien languages would be just that, completely and totally alien to us as people. And how do you build the foundation for communication with something that is completely different from you? Arrival is a really good movie. I really like Arrival. Didn't Villeneuve also do District 9? Was that him? Who did District 9? Because I love that movie, too. It's super dark, but... Okay. Yeah, well, if anybody here hasn't seen District 9, that movie is a freaking spectacular film as well. Okay, we're looking for 2 minutes, 17 seconds to start up this burn. Two minutes, 17 seconds. We'll just let this tick down. Let's make sure we have all of our fuel and electric charge is looking good. It is. Okay, here we go. And this is going to be slightly long, another slightly longer burn, so we'll just have to have another nice conversation while we do it. But yeah, Dune is spectacular. Arrival's spectacular. I mean, there's been some okay sci-fi in the last couple of years. I mean, I really want to go back and rewatch The Expanse. I love how they approach space combat in The Expanse. How, like, if you're hyper close in on space combat, you have your full 6 degrees of freedom. That scene where the Rocinante is, like, in combat while flying within the rings of that spinning station is awesome. The fact that, like, most of the time ships open fire on each other, like, tens of thousands of miles apart is when ships open fire on each other in the show. That's super cool to me. Yeah, I think it's like... Yeah, I need to watch it. Oh yeah, okay, that's good. I mean, at least I think, as I remember in the show, they didn't do the thing. They didn't do the thing that, like, what was that show? Battlestar Galactica did, where they made up all these goofy sounding future curse words and had all the characters say them, like every other word, because you're supposed to tell that they're hardcore because they're using curse words, and it just ends up sounding really dumb. Also, I'm pretty sure one of the reasons that sci-fi got into some pretty serious... It's actually really funny. I work... so I'm going to say the C word because I allowed the chat. I will say the C word because Daddy Bezos is listening through Twitch. But, I have a coworker who's English, and he says the C word, like, all the time, and the only way he gets away with it is he has the accent. Like, if Americans talked like that, you'd get in so much trouble with, like, work and everything, but no, not him. Not him. He can say it whenever he wants because he has the accent. But no, seriously, like, yeah, I kind of... It's one of those things that does get to me, like, I understand the difficulty writers have when you're coming up with future cuss words or, like, fantasy cuss words, because you need something that elicits the reaction among the characters of the world and the people watching. But to really get that, you're not, it's hard to do when you're in magical fantasy world or in a sci-fi setting, because these are hugely different cultures that we don't understand. I mean, that's part of the reason that you read, books on sci-fi or fantasy, is you want that world building, One of the things I believe Frank Herbert said about Dune is that, like, world building was not the focus was the characters. But even then, he builds a spectacular world for them to exist in. I've also heard that the people, or the person or people who wrote The Expanse had a very extensive lore Bible. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I really got to read The Expanse. It's on the list. All right, let's pop out of here and make sure we're actually get this encounter. Come on, give me my encounter. Give me my encounter. Got it. Boom, let's go. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our new descending node here, and we'll make what's it called, a maneuver there. We'll come out here, and we're gonna. Okay, and now we're gonna dial this in a bit. We may not have enough fuel to get home on this mission, folks. This might be another one where we send rescue missions, but that's okay. Let's bring this in. We want to get as close as possible because we're going to try, we want to get that good capture, yo. There we go. All right, you know what? We'll get super well aligned when we get where we're going. Does not get much more close than that. All right, we'll accept that for now. There's Eeloo. Completely featureless Eeloo. All right, that's done. Let's zoom out. Let's click there. Let's be happy with it. Click here, and we're going to go to Eeloo orbital adjustment. Apply changes. Boom. How many years out is that? Oh crap, that's not that long out. Well, let's just take care of it really quickly. Well, actually, hang on. Because we're waiting to get another Jool encounter, because when we get this next Jool encounter, I'm going to start sending fuel barges out there. We got a lot going on today. As you can see, I got a lot of, what's the old saying? I got a lot of balls in the air here. You know what? Let's just come out here and we'll do this. We'll do this burn. This is going to be a 4 meter per second burn. Not a lot of long burn on this one, folks. You all will be happy. We're not going to do a mega long burn here. Balls, I did say. So, yeah, do you know, have you heard that saying before? Having a lot of balls in the air? Like, I can't tell if you're making fun. Making fun? Okay. I can't tell if you're making fun or not. Or if you haven't heard it before. Oh, yeah. I got it. But, like I said, I when I started the stream, I was talking about it. I apparently, because I stream at such a weird time, do have some, like, Eastern European people who pop in and watch from time to time. And, sometimes the colloquialisms go, whoosh over their heads because it's, it's so language dependent. You live in Texas. Where in Texas? Can I ask you what city? I grew up in Texas. So, like, don't dox yourself or anything, but, like, what region, if that's okay, if I'm allowed to ask. I grew up in Dallas. So, I no longer live in Texas, but I grew up there. Okay, DFW, that's cool. That's perfectly okay. You could have just said north, south, east, west. Yeah, Texas is Texas can be frustrating because it's not the worst place, but boy, howdy do I hate the weather. Like, I was in Texas a few years ago, and I remember I rode there on a motorcycle, and I remember just getting, like, going into downtown in the DFW area, and I was, like, pretty comfortable. I'd been on the highway, so I wasn't, like, soaked with sweat or anything. And I was only there for, like, 2 or 3 minutes, and by the time I got to the hotel, I was just soaked in sweat. Like, yeah, Texas can be very difficult in that way. All right, here we go. We're going to bring our trajectory in just a little bit. We're probably not going to get as close as I've got it here, but... Yeah, if you live like you live on a Mars colony, Texas is great. You know, you go from your house, air-conditioned, to your air-conditioned car, to your air-conditioned job. You know? Like, it is everything all the time. Only air conditioning ever. Because, yeah, it's so freaking hot. Basically year round. When I was growing up there, my cousins came to visit for the holidays. Um, I mean, yeah, that's there too, but I'm just saying, like, the heat. You know, I, yeah, when I was there for as a child, or not as a child, well, I was younger. I think it was in high school. My cousins who live in Kansas came to visit for the holidays, and they were like all bundled up, and I was like, guys, you do not need to dress like this. It's gonna be fine. And they were like, what are you talking about? And I was like, Christmas Day is gonna be like 58 degrees. Like it's gonna be okay. All right, I'm a little bit flummoxed on this burn here because I really wanted to get that burn closer. Let's see if we can... We'll put a burn out here. We'll add a maneuver, and we'll see if we can get it even closer, because I really want to make use of the Oberth effect here, because I am not going to have a ton of fuel when I get here. So I want to bring this in as much as humanly possible. There we go. Okay, let's set that. It's 0.1 meters a second. I'm beginning to think that, like... See, that's the thing. I really want to go see... I want to go back. I went to the Space Center when I was really young and saw the Saturn V. I saw the shuttle. You know, I've never been to Starbase, and I really want to go. I'd like to actually, you know, kind of a dream of mine would be to actually go see a launch. Like, I'd love to see a launch of Starship, you know, because even through the videos, it looks pretty spectacular. Like, it looks like it's a heck of a show. I do remember when they were going to do the first launch, I believe it was Elon famously said that success is unknown, entertainment is guaranteed. Which I always thought was kind of funny. Okay, we're going to set this there, and I'm going to deal with this when the time comes, because we're going to shut down most of the engines on this craft to get the kind of granularity that we're looking for. But that's going to be Eeloo orbit adjustment. Okay, we're going to go ahead and apply changes. How far away is that? That's a year and 300, or a year and 163 days away. I want to see it. I mean, I've heard it makes a heck of a noise. You know? I've heard it makes even when you're that far away, I've heard it makes a heck of a sound. Alright, so these Kerbals are ready to continue their journey, and they are heading very far out here. These radiators should be working very well. Yeah, okay, there we go. We're good. I'm going to let these Kerbals keep on flying into the deep space. We're going to go back to the Space Center, because we need to launch more stuff at Jool, because I'm pretty sure at least one of my missions there is going to run out of fuel. Same. I feel like I missed out on an insane part of human history. You know? Like, I feel like I missed out on a big thing, seeing people walk on the moon. You know? And what sucks the most is, you know, once we won the space race and beat the Russians to the moon, we did a couple more missions where we did actual science, and then it was like, oh well, we just decided we were never going to go back. I'm excited for Lunar Gateway. I'm excited that we're saying screw it. We're going to put a space station in orbit around the moon. I think that's really interesting. I think that's cool. that it's like, no, the moon is not enough. We need to have a permanent presence above it. I think that that's a good place for us to learn the lessons that we're going to need to learn for longer term space flight, because everyone could say, oh, we have a space station, you know, right here, you know, just above our heads where we learn all those lessons. I feel like it's different when you're out there. All right, we need to find our Jool comms relay. We're going to load this, and we're going to repurpose this rocket. Jool Fuel Depot 1. It is the ugliest rocket ever, so we're just going to keep going with it. This rocket was built cheaply, folks. The Kerbalistanis, did not much care about beauty when building this machine. Okay, first what we're going to do is this the root part? We need that to be the root part. Okay, we need to reroute. So first, reroute. Let's route that, okay. There we go. That is going to be my fuel depot, folks. So, this is my plan. We're going to build, essentially fuel depots. They're going to fly out to Jool, capture an orbit around Jool, and literally just hang out there. Their goal, be there for spacecraft when they inevitably run out of fuel. Like, I don't want to say that I'm dumb and didn't make all my spacecraft that I launched out there proper, but there is a possibility that I didn't do that. The burns for these guys are probably going to be pretty long, but because, you know, I don't want to carry any unnecessary weight that's not fuel. You know, fuel is the reason for the season here. Let's go ahead, and on that note, let's grab a couple more fuselages and see if we could stack some more fuel on these things. Though I think when this thing gets here, it's going to have a fair bit. I think, in fact, in the interest of not boring you all to death, I think I'll call this the craft. Since we're like this, let's go ahead and pop these guys off here. And I may build a really ugly fairing, everybody, but you've seen before, I don't... The Kerbalistanis are not a vain people. Okay, we're gonna put that there, hang on. Yeah, the Kerbalistanis do not care about vanity. They are all about function. Okay, let's grab big. Because the one thing these things can always be, if they're not going to be, like, when their life as fuel depots ends, they are either going to become impactors, or they are going to become just comms relays. Grab this guy, grab him, and we're just going to go boop, 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 boop. I don't like that. Okay. Let's grab this guy. Let's throw him away. Let's build a little bit, folks. I got to think about this for a second. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening in space right now that's actually pretty cool. Like, I feel like, you know, you got people like Eeloo who are playing Kerbal Space Program for real. Jeff Bezos wants to. It's pretty obvious he wants to. But, I mean, you know, I don't know why. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. Well, I think part of the reason is, you know, China's human rights record is spotty, so people I think like to not give them as much shine as they probably deserve. But, you know, they have a space station. They have a space station that's just been up there, running, for years. You know? Like, they have, like... enough people don't talk about that. is that the Chinese have been running a space station for a while because they're not allowed to be part of the ISS. But, you know, like, I think that's pretty interesting. You know, that's an interesting fact, is that the Chinese have basically just been... Oh, yeah, I mean, well, that's one of those things. Like, it's... I think the other thing, too, is, like... Well, you know, not to get too geopolitical, but I think one of the things is that people are worried that, you know, despite the fact that Russia and the United States find themselves very much on opposite sides of conflicts, especially right now, Russia has made it kind of a point to not ever geopoliticize the ISS. You know, they do their thing. They have their section, but, like, the Russian section is more along the lines of just what they built, rather than, and what docks to what, rather than, you know, anything else. I think there is some concern that the CCP would use the ISS for military purposes or have military equipment up there. Fun fact, actually, this is an interesting fact. Did you know? Well, I mean, they're not going to build their own space station right now. They don't have the money. You know, they don't have the money. Like, Mir was like an almost impossible dream. Like, the fact that Mir happened is kind of a miracle. Like, the thing is, too, with Mir was a triumph, but there were so many close calls with Mir. Like, it's a remarkable thing that there weren't more deaths associated with Mir. And I think they had a death on a return mission, I think, way back in the day. I'd have to look that up. But I know that, like, it's kind of a miracle that more people didn't die on Mir, or associated with Mir. Like, you know, don't get me wrong, Mir is a triumph of the human spirit, but good God, like, it was a thing. Scheisse. Alright, you know what? We'll do this. Sorry, I'm just trying to, like... I'm taking some time here, everybody, because I'm trying to just make this little thing perfect. So that, it will package nicely within its little, within its little bin. Oh my god, why are you doing this game? Just want one there. Okay. Okay. Can we hit Alt to force it? Okay. We're gonna have to do this from scratch. That's okay. That's alright. That's okay. We got some time. Oh, it was the return from the Salute mission. See, there we go. Yeah, it is kind of remarkable to me that, like, I hate to say this because it's morbid. It is remarkable to me there have not been more deaths within the Russian space program. I mean, it's actually kind of remarkable to me there haven't been more deaths within, like, the American space program. Like, when you look back on how just, you know, crazily, like, safety at one point was not the top priority. I mean, I don't know if safety's ever going to be the top priority when you're strapping yourself to a giant, you know, bomb. But, like, damn. There was a time where it was, hey, we need you to get in this thing, and we are not sure that it would work. It's gonna work. Oh, yeah, it is, I mean, you look at Apollo 11, and the fact that, like, you know, they were flying down on their set trajectory, everything was looking pretty okay, right? Everything was looking pretty okay. And then it was like, oh, we can't land where we want to land because there's crap loads of rocks and stuff there. Let me just manually take the controls to this spacecraft and just putter along the lunar, you know, above the lunar surface for a while, and we'll see if we can find something that works. You know? There is that famous interaction that Buzz Aldrin and like, there's that famous interaction that when Apollo 11 landed, when they touched down, Neil Armstrong looked over at Buzz Aldrin and said, "How much fuel do we have left?" And Buzz Aldrin says, "You don't want to know." Like, apparently it was seconds that they had left to get that thing on the ground. Oh yeah, so I rewatched, I rewatched Apollo 13, and then I went down like a YouTube hole on Apollo 13, and good God. Like, good God. Apollo 13 genuinely was a miracle. Like, it... Yeah, the fact that all those poor guys didn't die up there is remarkable. And you look at what they went through, like the fact that basically it was like, hey, we're just not going to be able to heat this spacecraft for a couple days, so bundle up, you know? They didn't really have enough air, they didn't have enough water, they didn't have enough, like, nothing worked, and they still got them back. It's kind of a beautiful miracle that it worked. All right, this is the first of 2 fuel depots that we're going to send out to, Jool. The concept here is we want to get into Jool with enough fuel, or as much fuel in this thing as possible. Once we're done with that, I think I'm going to do some quick building and get us a Lathe lander put together. Lathe has... I don't know how we're going to do Lathe yet. I'm still thinking about it. Okay, let's go ahead and build our fairing here. My canon reason for this thing looking so unbelievably ugly is that the Kerbalistanis don't want to spend any money on it because, like, there's no Kerbals on board. So if this thing blows up, it'll just be all that fuel, and it'll be spectacular. Alright, here we go. Let's go... Actually, we've got this thing set up. Let's go get ourselves a... Okay, we'll leave here. Let's go get ourselves an encounter or an alignment with Jool, and let's kick both these out. Then we're going to build our Lathe lander really quickly and kick that out. The question is, should I do an entire Lathe mission, or should I just send the lander on top of a fuel depot? They might. You never know. With the BRICS alliance that they're doing, they might actually partner up with the Chinese and start flying to their space station. You know? I don't know, though, because it's one of those things, like, I believe the ISS is not going to be ended as a program until we have, like, Lunar Gateway up and properly running. Because I could see that, too. The reason is I think the ISS is one of those things that, like, most people don't spare a thought for the ISS during their day. But if you were to tell most people that the US government is going to let that thing fall into the atmosphere and throw that thing away, most people are like, wait, hold up. How much does it cost to keep it up there? You know, because it cost so much to build. And the US, I mean, we did most of the missions to build it. I mean, the Russian modules flew in the space shuttle. You know, some of them did. And it's one of those things, like, I think a lot of Americans who aren't even that interested in space flight would be like, you know, when they would hear, hey, we're going to let it fall, most Americans would be like, hold up, you know? Like, wait a second. I don't know if it's... Because every year or two, you hear, like, yeah, a news report that basically tells you the ISS's days are numbered. And then I think, you know, there's a small public outcry and it stops. Because, yeah, it's such it's such a big project, and I think that the cost to keep it up there is, compared to its construction, is not that high. I'd have to look at that. And, you know, currently I'm playing with Kerbals. Yeah, there was Axiom Station that was going to be... It's basically going to be built at the ISS, right? And then it's going to break off and boost into a different orbit. Is that right? Am I wrong? Because Axiom was going to be a tourist station, right? Or something like tourist, private science, stuff like that. I mean, you know, old Elon has dropped... It's still horrifyingly expensive to go to space, but it's a lot less horrifyingly expensive than it used to be, thanks to the Crew Dragon. I mean, the Russians were charging, I think, what? On Soyuz, they were charging, like, at the end there, like, $80 million a seat, something like that. And you can launch 4 people on Crew Dragon for less than $100 million, I believe. I could be wrong there. Like, I could be wrong, but I think that's right. I think a Crew Dragon launch is less than 100 million now. Maybe? Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know. But I know it's really cheap. All right, here we go. There's going to be another long burn here, so we're... Hey, what's up, Lazarus? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the shuttle was 500. Well, and the thing is, the shuttle's biggest problem was mission creep. The shuttle ended up being built to do a whole bunch of stuff that it was never originally designed to do, because, you know, NASA kind of made a deal with the devil when they let the DOD and what is it, National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, in on the project. Okay, so Scott Manley has an interesting video about this. So I always like to cite my source. But, like, one of the reasons the shuttle's wings were actually so large and delta-shaped is if you look at the original concepts, the shuttle's wings were smaller. There was a specific mission that the NRO had in mind where the shuttle would launch on a polar trajectory out of Vandenberg to the south. It would fly over the Earth one time, retrieve, quote, something in orbit, and within 90 minutes to like an hour and some change, it would re-enter over the North Pole, fly down over the Pacific, basically do a high G left turn to the east, and land back at Vandenberg. All within like 2 hours. That mission, which never happened, is why the shuttle's wings are the shape they are. So it's like, you know, the shuttle was originally going to have a smaller payload bay. And the NRO and Air Force were like, no, the payload bay has to be this size. And slowly but surely, like, mission creep started. And then they wanted it to do this. And then they wanted it to do that. And it eventually became this thing that was just like this amalgamation of different projects that may or may not actually happen. All right, here we go. Launching. Exactly, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That was the deal with the devil that NASA made to get the shuttle built, was they had to get the military and NRO involved. Now, interestingly, the shuttle did quite a few NRO missions, and astronauts describe what it'd be like. You know, you'd have an NRO mission specialist on board, National Reconnaissance Office. They would have a payload in a box. Exactly, and to retrieve them. But they would have like a payload in a box that none of them were allowed to look at. And when the NRO section, where they would launch a spy satellite or do whatever satellite they were going to launch that was top secret, basically, an astronaut described it, they would all just, like, go down the stairs and hang out for a while, and then the mission specialist for that would say, all clear, and then they could all come back upstairs. It was, like, the weirdest thing. I mean, you know, it's one of those things, there's that what is it, defense speak that defense contractors and stuff all use, and like the military uses. It was designed to be able to retrieve stuff. You know, and that polar mission was designed to retrieve. You have to think about it. If they were flying up, they were going to do less than a single orbit of Earth and retrieve something. That entire polar mission must have been to retrieve something that was, rather politically inconvenient, geopolitically inconvenient. There we go. Let's get locked in here. God dang, this thing is wobbling. It is wobbling all over the place. All right, here we go. This isn't going to be the most efficient launch, but yeah, it was. Yeah, you got to think that if you wanted to do it that quickly, it would have to be something inconvenient or timing inconvenient that you have to get done. Yeah, well, yeah, they wanted to steal. Well. Yeah, potentially steal Soviet tech or learn what the capability was. If you could encounter one of these satellites and you could see what's going on up there, you could determine what its capabilities would be. There's actually some interesting stuff that satellite astronomers have noticed recently. That there are a couple satellites in orbit thought to be U.S. intelligence satellites, and recently. The Soviets have launched several missions over the last couple years, and what these missions go up and do is they'll match orbit and everything with what is thought to be an American intelligence satellite, and they'll follow them. They'll follow them like 60 miles away and just sit there behind them. And it's thought that these are platforms that the Soviets are launching. Not Soviets, I guess Russians now. Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking about a couple different things. The Russian Federation. It's thought that these might be satellites that are doing long-term satellite observation at a distance, which is kind of a new orbital recon thing. Is you pull in behind another satellite and you just sit there and watch it. Because you could probably determine quite a bit about a satellite's capabilities simply by watching it for a while and seeing how it moves, the places it goes, the things it does. I mean, it's the militarization of space isn't supposed to be a thing, but I mean, I think everybody in the world would have to be kind of crazy to assume there isn't some sort of protracted, long-term arms race always happening above our heads. Well, there used to be the thing with rods from God. That was the concept. They dropped tungsten rods that were the size of telephone poles down, and they'd hit with like the force of small tactical nuclear weapons or something crazy like that. Are they? Thank you. Here, let me handle that. Really, let me finish this burn and then I'll handle that. Thanks for the heads up, Faye. Let me get that sorted. Alright, let me get this circularization burn done. Alright, sweet. Let me... Boom. Settings. Spacecraft. Let's drop that down. Okay, let's try that at like 38. Accept. Resume. Alright, let me know if this is a little bit better. But yeah, there was a... what was I saying? Oh yeah, rods from God. So the concept was you're going to launch these like tungsten rods into orbit that are, the size of telephone poles. And they would fall. Well, and it's, it's anonymous. That's a funny point that you make there, because not only did NASA just happen, or did the NRO just happen to have a giant telescope chassis, but it just happened to fit into the space shuttle. It just happened to perfectly fit in the space shuttle. Like, what a coincidence, right? It's so crazy. screw it. I'll take that. We'll do a burn on the way. That'll get us more of the way there. Oh, it's gonna be a 9-minute burn. Sorry, everybody. These long burns I know are killer. Yeah. That's one of those things that I always just find, completely hilarious. It's like, NASA's like, it's gonna cost all this money to build this giant telescope, but the NRO's like, hey guys, like, don't ask too many questions about it. But we've got a giant telescope chassis, and the focal length is entirely wrong for what you're looking for, so you'll have to redo the mirrors. And you'll have to put your own instrumentation in it. And it just so happens to perfectly fit in the payload bay of the spacecraft that we made you modify so that we would give you money. Like... Alright, let's go. Boom! Deploy. There we go. Alright, there we go, everybody. This is going to be our... fuel one of our fuel depots. It's got almost 10 kilometers a second of fuel in it, so by the time we get to the orbit of Jool, there should be quite a bit left in here. Yeah, a lot of coincidences like that. Well, it was like a couple years ago, like the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter was the same thing. The NRO just basically called up NASA and was like, hey, we just so happen to have this sub-millimeter or sub-meter per pixel camera, just lying around. Do you guys have any use for it? Like... Oh man, that's crazy that you guys just so happen to have exactly what NASA needs and have spent years developing it. Yeah, it's wacky, some of the stuff. All right, let's get lined up here. And I don't really know when I'm going to end this stream today, everybody. I basically, all I have to do is do laundry and get groceries today, because I am going to make a stir-fry later, and I'm very excited about it. Stir-fries are like one of my favorite things to cook. I'm also going to pick up some potatoes and try that fondant potato recipe again this week, because that was so yummy. But yeah, it's amazing, how the NRO just every now and then just happens to have exactly the perfect thing in the world for what we're needing from it, and it's so funny that it's exactly what we need. So I watched this long video the other day. Did you know? Yeah, I did hear about that. I did hear about that. Well, that's the thing that's always interests me is every now and then, or actually recently, I think the military is the biggest purchaser of Falcon Heavy launches. I think they're the biggest client that Elon has for that big-ass rocket. All right, here we go. I think Elon's big-ass rocket has one primary client. NASA has a couple of pretty cool missions. There's actually, I read an interesting article the other day concerning, I leave my water bottle in the other room. When I finish this burn, I'm going to have to really quick run to the other room and get my water bottle, and then I'll be right back. The Europa Clipper, I think, is going to be on it. I read a really interesting article today talking about what is going to potentially follow James Webb. Because there's a lot of excitement over Starship and what a cargo Starship could launch as far as the circumference of what could fit inside of it. One of the things I read about is like the concept behind like space telescopes and stuff is that people designing them have to look very far ahead to determine what launch systems might be available to determine packaging. That's one of the reasons James Webb had to fold. Language, Spud. Language. Daddy Bezos is gonna get mad at me. I can't rewrite that one. Seriously. Like, Daddy Bezos is gonna get mad at me. Like, sorry, what was it? Starship? Starship kind of would, from a... There we go. There we go. Good job, Spud. Good job. Starship is kind of, Starship, like, I hope it works. I hope they get it up and running. The second flight was pretty... The difference between Flight 1 and Flight 2 gives me quite a bit of... Because, to me, that means that, you know, or it showed enough improvement to where I'm like, okay, alright, like, this is gonna go somewhere. I remember when I watched the first one, I was like, man, I don't know about this thing. Like, maybe SpaceX flew a little bit too close to the sun with this thing. But Flight 2 with their water deluge system, hot staging working out, like, it all looks pretty alright. I wonder what the failure of the actual upper stage was. I'm very curious about that upper stage failure. I think everybody kind of is right now. I'm very optimistic. The second launch, I've learned not to doubt SpaceX. When SpaceX first started and they were like, oh, we're going to fly a rocket up to suborbital altitude, break off the second stage, the rocket's going to do a flip, burn back, do another flip, do supersonic retro propulsion, and land on its tail like the old Buck Rogers cartoons. I was like, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here with that. And yeah, they pulled it off. You know, I've learned not to doubt SpaceX. Some of their ideas are wacky. I mean, orbital refueling they have to figure that out, and they have to make that efficient. I'm very curious as to what orbital refueling is going to look like, because if you think about that, that's going to be complexity on... There's no way to do that simply. I doubled my radiators on these because, you know, on the other ones the radiators were glowing red, so I'm hoping we can stop that problem. I think orbit's happening next time. Now the question is, Lazarus, Spud, anybody else in chat? Let's hear it. Do you think re-entry will work? Like, do you think it will work next time, or do you think it will work? Yeah, okay, that's my thing. I think they're 3 or 4 more launches away from splashing that thing down off the coast of Hawaii. Yeah, maybe 2 or 3. Because, I mean, it lost a lot of tiles when it took off last time. You know, because it didn't create what they called that concrete tornado, you know, you could really clearly see what was going on with Starship as it lifted off, and you could just see tiles. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's very Kerbal. You could just see tiles cascading away from it. All right, we're gonna get this sucker out here. We're almost there, everybody. This is going to be the next fuel depot is going to be a long burn. We're going to have one more long burn today, at least, because we got to get that Lathe mission up there. And I am still, everybody, I just don't know what I'm going to do about Lathe. See, you guys know so much more. You guys keep up with it so much more than I do. Well, and then I think SpaceX and Elon said that this is it for the version 1 of Starship. We should apparently expect to see Starship version 2 being built pretty soon. I don't know what the differences entail there. I'll be honest, I think it's got to be a heat shield thing. He's also talked about having a version with 6 vacuum engines rather than the 3 it has now. So I think we'll see some big changes on the next one. I know that the FAA is... I think that this launch was crucial, too, because I know the FAA is not a big fan of Elon and SpaceX's let's blow it up to learn more design process. You know, and I also have to be like, you know, someday if you're an astronaut getting on one of these things, you have to think to yourself, how many of these have they blown up already? When they were doing the first Crew Dragon, I remember that one of the funniest comments I saw online was, Godspeed to those people whose flight name is Demo. That's probably a good thing, or a good guess, is that it's going to be more iterative than it is. Yeah, it's going to be more iterative than it's going to be revolutionary. Yeah, 9 Raptors, 6 vacuum, 3 regular. Alright, I don't think we're going to exactly get the encounter that I want here, but that's okay. We have 8.5 kilometers of fuel remaining in this this monstrosity that I built, which is, its job is to carry fuel. Yeah, I think automation's going to be a thing. I'm very concerned, or I'm very curious about the hydraulics. Like, there we go. We'll take it. I think I'm very curious about how the hydraulics are going to handle re-entry. Do they not use hydraulics? What do they use? Linear actuators, like electrics? Ooh, fancy. I suppose that'll help then. Because yeah, you know, hydraulics and heat are not, they don't like each other too much. Okay. And all we're looking for here, everybody, is just a nice, fairly flat orbit where this thing can come in, do its final burn, and just live in orbit around Jool for the rest of time. Okay, it's got RTGs. We don't need to focus on orientation as much as I normally do. So we're just going to line it up to its expected burn, and we're just going to let this sucker fly. So that's one down, everybody. We're going to kick one more into space today, and then we're going to set up our Lathe mission and get it heading towards Jool as well. And then we're going to go check in with our Eeloo boys. All right. I was going to say, give me 1 second, everybody. I'm going to run and grab my water. I'm literally going to throw taking a break thing up here, but I'm going to be back in like 2 minutes. I might also make some coffee. So give me 1 second, everybody. I'm having a lot of fun with this conversation, so I will be right back. There we go, mic on. And we're back. See, I told you it would be quick, everybody. All right, here we go. Let's get this going. All right, so we got this one in space. We're happy with that. Let's kick one more fuel depot out there. And then let's actually get some more Kerbals flying. We're going everywhere, everybody. This has been kind of a slow burn for getting our what's BO? Something orbital, right? Blue Origin. Yeah, Blue Origin is... So I think Blue Origin's thing is they're a little bit more old school when it comes to business. And you know, there's this concept in business, especially with like more conservative business leaders. And when I say conservative, I don't mean like politically. I mean just like you don't want people to see failure, you know? So Blue Origin, I think, is very secretive because they don't want people to see any of those failures. Yeah, they want to be slow. You know, if SpaceX is the hare, they are the tortoise. Oh, hang on, that's dumb. Let me really quickly go in here. Yeah, everything in Latin sounds cooler. To this day, I'm pretty sure that's the reason the Catholics use it. It's not that was the prevailing language at the time. It was that some dude was like, oh my god, do you hear how cool this sounds? Let's speak like this, only like this when we're doing stuff. I think that... yeah, Blue Origin's really interesting. What is it? Sierra? The guys who have Dream Chaser. I'm really excited for Dream Chaser. Like, I am so excited for Dream Chaser, because I think we're supposed to get a flight this year. Like, mini space shuttle is freaking cool. Soon, TM. Like, seriously though, it's one of those things. Dream Chaser's like, but I know that we're all, what is it? I know that we're all skeptics here. But seriously, them showing Dream Chaser during final assembly, I'm like, all right, I'm down. Let's do it. Let's go. I'm sold. If I had any money, I'd be investing. New Glenn, I think, who's the company that does the Electron rocket? They have, what, Electron, Proton, and they're working on Neutron. I'm pretty excited about that, too. December might have Vulcan. Like, space is big money right now. Rocket Lab. I'm really excited to see what Rocket Lab does this next year. Neutron's going to be a while, but I'm still very excited for it. It's interesting to me that, like, when I was younger, the concept of, like, colleges building satellites, you know, as, like, a project and being able to get them launched was a pipe dream. And now, with all these different companies offering rideshare programs, you can just attach your crap to someone else's crap and get it into orbit, you know? New Glenn's gonna be cool. Like, there is so much stuff happening. There's talk that, like, there's talk that a couple other countries... Also, you know, do you know who else is doing crazy crap? Have you guys looked into India's space program? It's extremely Kerbal, but, like, they have a really solid launch record. Like... The other thing, too, is if you look at the money they spend compared to, like, anybody, they are less expensive. And I understand labor being cheaper and all that still, but, like, the manufacturing costs for their rockets are fairly low. Yeah, space is... I mean, my only issue with the SLS is you'd think if they were using nothing but old shuttle parts, it would be less expensive. That's my only issue with SLSs. SLSs, really expensive for what it is. I mean, great rocket. I mean, I was a doubter of SLS before it launched, and it just leapt off the path. That rocket really wanted to fly. Yeah, that's my thing. From a technology standpoint, SLS is 90% of the rocket is crap that we had, you know, a bajillion years ago. I mean, you even had, I think it was, I forgot who it was at NASA, basically saying that, yeah, if Starship becomes a thing, it will make SLS obsolete. You know? Just throttle down here. A little more throttle up. There we go. Sorry, I got distracted for a second with the game I'm actually playing. Well, and I think that's the reason, Spud, that it even exists. Is it's one of those things that, like, NASA doesn't want to have their moon mission rely on a dream. They want a rocket that works right now, today, with tech that is proven. That's the reason SLS is what it is, you know? They could have done a bunch of fancy stuff. Well, yeah, it did, and as a taxpayer, I would really like to see a full accounting of where all of the money for SLS went, because good God, it's been expensive. The thing that kills me, too, is I don't even think the side boosters are reusable anymore. I mean, yeah, Boeing and Lockheed. But yeah, I don't even think the side boosters are reusable anymore. The other thing, too, is Starliner. Because Boeing's Starliner has been a colossal, like, investment. I understand, Spud. It's just, I would feel better knowing where the money went. You know? Because it's shuttle tech. We know how to build all of it. I get that, like, the bottom of the main tank and everything, it's a little bit... The tank is different. The main tank's very different. Yeah, Starliner, I just don't know about. Like, I feel like anyone in the world can look at Starliner and be like, guys, what the heck? I think more people with man-rated spaceflight is going to be better. I just don't know where the money went. You know? I just can't figure out with Starliner where the money went. I mean, I know with SLS they had... Angry Astronaut covers this quite a bit. I know with SLS they had major issues with the launch tower. Like, huge issues with the launch structure. Like, it's one of the reasons that that SLS took so long is I know that they had major problems with their launch structure. I am a big fan of everybody being able to put people into space. You know, I think that one of the ways we bring costs down on manned spaceflight is you gotta have competition. And, yeah, it's one of those things... Oh, yeah, it may potentially be the reason that SpaceX is a thing now. Even then, though, let's say Starliner flew last year. Let's create a hypothetical world where it flew last year. Even if it did, Boeing is going to have to recoup that cost. You know? Like, the cost that Boeing is going to have to recoup on that thing, I think is going to make it very expensive for a long time to come. Because yeah, it's so gosh darn expensive. And I mean, I'm not one of those people who believe space flight is ever going to be cheap. Not until we get like a space elevator or something. Like, you know, space flight is always going to be, you're cramming a crap load of, on fuel alone, space flight's always going to be expensive. Well, imagine getting beaten to the punch by a company with zero experience that spent like a decade blowing crap up in Texas. Because, you know, Boca Chica is not SpaceX's first facility in Texas. You know? Like, imagine being beaten by that. Imagine being beaten by electric car weirdo. You know? Like, imagine that being the guy that beats you. Yeah, I gotta be of having worked in the corporate world, I've got to be of the belief that like the performance review of the guy who runs Starliner cannot be good. You know? If it's still the same person. I mean, ULA did some good stuff back. I mean, what was their launch vehicle? What was their big famous claim to fame launch vehicle? It's done some good stuff. I mean, weren't Volcano? Weren't Vulcan? Yeah, I was gonna say Volcano. What wasn't? Weren't they the ones that launched James Webb? Wasn't that them? Who launched James Webb? I'm pretty sure it wasn't SpaceX. It was Ariane. Okay, it was an Atlas V. Um, I, yeah, it's one of those things. Like I just, some of the companies, I don't know. It's hard for me to say that Starliner at this point is not just straight up vaporware. You know? Google, somebody Google this. Let's figure it out. Well, and it's interesting coming back to SpaceX. You know, the article I read about future space telescopes, part of the reason they were excited is that if James Webb had launched on something like Starship, it wouldn't have had to fold. Like, Starship's so big that they wouldn't have had to fold it up. James Webb is actually another happy surprise. James Webb was another happy surprise for me because when I first saw how many steps were in that process where they unfolded it, I was like, oh my god, there's no way it works. You know, I don't want to be pessimistic. I just, you know, the old saying is keep it simple, stupid. And when I saw how complex that thing was going to be to open up in space, I was terrified. Because I was like, oh my god, if one thing goes wrong here, you know, they're in some trouble. Now, I did read that they had, what the hell is Europe doing right now? Who was it I read about recently? One of the European countries is going to try to start up like a proper space program. I don't remember which country it is. In fact, Japan has actually been doing some interesting stuff working on orbital rocketry. Due to treaties and stuff, Japan's rocketry program is really weird. But I know they're working on it. Yeah, I've heard Ariane 6 is supposed to be coming out. I mean, it's a big couple of years, especially for launch systems. Like, we're... You know... Hey, Lazarus, cheaper is better. if you got something that works and you figure out a way to make it cheaper, you will get more clients, which, you know, these guys who are trying to make space a successful business venture, money's got to be part of it. Does Ariane 6 have a, yeah, Starship, if Starship works, it's going to mess a lot of stuff up. But yeah, Japan's first orbital spaceflight, it's, once again, I will refer to Scott Manley on that one, if you guys want to go check out that video. It was some weird thing, like, only the upper stage was guided or something, and only after it separated, like, it was... Yeah, it was super rudimentary, because anything that was mega complex might have been... could be viewed as a guidance system. Well, and it's also, and yeah, that's the reason too, because of that, all of their rockets launch, they look like model rockets, they launch at an angle, like, I think it's a 5 or 10 degree angle they launch them at over the Pacific, because they've got to, you know, they've got, at the time at least, they had to mechanically start up that gravity turn. What does the sounding and sounding rocket stand for? I've never figured that out. I know that they used to launch them next to nuclear weapons to test, you know, because they made smoke trails to test the, to study the air, the pressure waves around them. Yeah, neither do I. I don't know why. Like, that'll probably be something I look up when I'm off stream today, is sounding rockets. Because, yeah, who knows? And, you know, once again today, thank you guys for the great conversation. We're doing a lot of long burns today because we're going a long way with very little thrust on a lot of different spacecraft. Oh, okay. All right. Spudnutimus coming in here with the clutch definition, so we don't have to wonder. Huh. Learning. We're learning. See, this is an educational stream now. I'll add that tag later. But anyways, yeah, we're going to get this next fuel depot in orbit. Then I think we're going to check to see what burns we need to do in soon, because we have a lot of stuff on the alarm clock here. In fact, I think I actually forgot to put my last... let's rename this really quick. I think I actually forgot to put my last rocket maneuver on an alarm clock, so we'll have to do that here in a second. We'll have to get all of our alarms set up, because we're going to be doing a lot of burning today. A lot of capture burns, a lot of adjustment burns. Well, I would actually say, I have a theory on that. I have a partial theory. A lot of terms in nautical nature are extremely, extremely old. Like, it could be something that was, like, used in, like, Middle English, you know? And it's just held on for this long. Spudnutimus, yeah, that's probably a very smart thing to do. Yeah, that is probably an extremely good piece of advice. Alright. We are just pushing here into the wild black yonder. Half kilometer more to go on this burn, and then we want to get some alarms set up so we don't miss our fuel depots. These aren't going to be that bad, I think, when they come in and we capture, because the goal is just to burn whatever it takes to circularize, capture this sucker, and be done with it. Let's check our radiators. Yep, we're building a lot of thermal energy in this rocket right now, but that's okay. Curiosity, cats, and all that. Yeah, Curiosity definitely destroyed the cat's search history. Alright, we're gonna bring this... You can see over this period of like a year, I'll have like a bajillion encounters. You can see all the stuff I'm sending out towards Jool. The first time I played this game, this was kind of my strategy, is when I would go to a planet, I was like, I want all the biomes at the same time. I want all the landings at the same time. So I'm kind of reverting to that here because I want to get all the moons of Jool basically in like 1 or 2 streams. That's my strategy, at least. I'm going to turn the one light on this thing. A beacon, if you will, for Kerbals in distress. Okay, I might do some mods, or at that point I'll probably just buy Kerbal Space Program 2. I probably won't play it every single stream like I'm doing right now. I'll probably branch out a bit, but I've just been in a very big Kerbal mood recently, and it's really cool to like chat with people while I play it. So, you know, why not stream? Outside of stream, I've been playing The Witcher 3. That's my big game. Well, I've been playing a couple. I've been playing Witcher 3, Redout. Yeah, I'm waiting for the science. I'm waiting for reviews on the science update, and if they're good, I'm going to snap it up. Because I heard, and I want to be optimistic about Kerbal Space Program 2, I've heard they're going to they're fixing a lot of stuff. There's going to be like 1 million fixes. And they're adding science. Alright. Let's go ahead and check. I have not watched the presentation. I have it saved in my watch later. On YouTube. You can feel free to, yeah, I saw that too. Feel free to spoil them here in the chat. Because, you know, I'm going to watch it later no matter what. But feel free to spoil it if you want to talk about it, because... Or if you want to get me all excited about it. Because, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I have been a Kerbal Space Program 2 disciple since the trailer came out. KSP2 science presentation. Feel free. Like, I'm pretty excited about it. It's on my list of games that I really want. You know, it's one of those things, since I bought a Steam Deck, my list of games on my wish list on Steam has, like, exploded. Because now I'm like, oh my god, if I'm willing to play it at lower visual fidelity, I can take it with me. Space Frog Simulator probably won't be one of those games, but... That's pretty good. I'm looking forward to the tech tree because, like... I feel like the tech tree, too, is going to be one of those things that, like... Like, the new tech tree, at least. I'm looking forward to it because once they go interstellar, that tech tree is going to be massive. It's not going to be one of those things, like, even where I did here, where I'm playing on full, you know, I'm playing on, what is it, full, like, science, and I can unlock the tech tree in, like, a couple of missions. If I had to go back and change this playthrough for you guys, I would have gone, like, 1/4 science, or, like, maybe even lower, to try to make it last longer and increase the challenge. Hence why I'm doing, like, 1 million missions at once right now, is to, you know, for the challenge, but yeah, I'm looking forward to a bigger tech tree. I think 100% science is or 100% science for transmission is good, because I mean that's the way we do it IRL. Like, I feel like you should just get science simply for putting a Kerbal somewhere. You know, I guess that's what the soil sample is for. Yeah, you should have to bring soil samples back personally. That, for me, that's the whole goal of getting that sample, you know? Is you gotta bring the Kerbal back because he's holding the rock, you know? That's pretty nice. Okay, we're gonna bring this in. And, you know, of course, it'll only be like a week before the internet completely breaks it. You know? Before they'll be like, here's how you get all the science by going to the mud. In one mission. There we go. I'll take that. Alright, let's get this sucker locked in. See, that'd be cool. Like, yeah, because I've always felt like, and I think it was a thing that they were doing, is, give me 1 second. I think that's one of the things that, like, Kerbal's always been not great on, is the contract mode, where you play with money and science, is a little bit... Yeah, they got a little wild with the biomes. You know, I don't think every planet needs, like, 6. Plus, if we're going interstellar eventually, that right there is going to add a bajillion more options for getting science. And I believe we're going interstellar, folks. I believe in it. Alright, there we go. This craft is good. We only have 8.2 kilometers a second of fuel left in it, so we'll have to be careful, everybody. Okay, let me make sure I have alarms set up for some stuff. I'm a little concerned I might have forgotten to set some alarms, and I don't want my Kerbals to die. Let's go to our tracking station here. We have a lot of missions in the air right now. As you can see, I am just waging, I am sieging Jool Depot 1 orbit adjustment. Apply changes. Look, I mean, we are stacked on maneuvers that we're gonna have to do here. We got a lot going on. We got a lot of stuff flying right now, folks. See, that's what I like. I like that it's gonna force you to explore more. Because, you know, you can... If you use the mobile science bay or whatever these things I like to use are, you can max the tech tree without ever leaving the orbit of Midness. Like, exactly, Faye, exactly. And I think that part has to be harder. It needs to force you to go interplanetary. Yeah, it's got to force you to go interplanetary. Because right now, I mean, I'm doing interplanetary stuff because I want to go, you know, I've got 6,300 science. I want to get like 20,000 science in this playthrough before I've got a Kerbal on everybody. All right, we're going to head to the vehicle assembly building, folks, and we're going to start playing with going to Lathe. Me and Lathe have a very rough history, everybody. You're gonna hear some stories of sad poop trying to go to Lathe. Let's grab our Eeloo manned mission because it's the closest thing we have. It's our most modern ship. Okay, we're gonna delete our fairing here for now. Alright, as you can see here, let's go ahead and reroute. Let's reroute to here. Perfect. At least for now. We'll reroute to the rest of it later. All right, we're going to set our interplanetary and launch stages aside here. And we're going to focus on our lander, everybody. Because I'm no good at build. I have never landed on Lathe. That's what we're going to... We may not do it today, folks, but that's the dream. First of all, we're going to pop this off. So I think what we might need is, I think we're going to need some more thrust, because Lathe is atmospheric. We definitely need more fuel. All right, each one of these guys produces... How much do they produce? Let's go start working through what we need to do here. Each one of these guys produces... 28. So we need... We're at 28. We're gonna double these. That's right, folks. Double it! And we're gonna do some testing. Yeah, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some testing here on good old Kerbin before we launch to before we launch out to Lathe. We're gonna do a couple of missions on Kerbin to just test our new lander. I know that Lathe's atmosphere is a little bit, or is quite a bit less dense than Kerbin's. But my thought process is, if we can sort this out here... Oh, hey, Spud. Thanks for popping by and having such good conversation, yo. Yeah, have a good day. Oh, another thing we're going to do before I forget. Where's my weather station? I haven't used it in forever. Weather analyzer. Boom. All right, there we go. So the plan is we're going to double... First, we're going to double it. Then we're going to need more fuel. These tanks are not going to survive atmospheric takeoff or re-entry, so they go. I'd like to stick with what I know works, everybody. That's the key. We want to stick with what works. So let's go ahead, let's go up here, and let's grab some more fuel. Okay. It shouldn't take too much. Okay. There we go. Alright, there we are. Let's re-strut it out. Oh, we already have our struts there. Hang on. Because this doesn't take a whole lot of mega strutting to actually get it to work. We just need like one there. And one there. The aerodynamic forces on this sucker are not large. Not large. Okay. So there's our lander as it sits. Aero is going to be a problem here. So we're going to pull this off, pull this off, pull this off. And let's grab... Let's see if we can grab an adapter. Let's go up to fuel tanks. Let's see if we can grab an adapter down to something small. I have a plan here, folks. Nope, not quite. Not quite. Just do these by size. Nope, not the one I wanted. Not the one I wanted. Still looking, folks. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find it in a second. Kinda ugly. Don't want that one. I actually don't want any liquid fuel or anything in here. Alright, maybe my plan is dumb. Huh. Let me think about this. Okay. Okay, we want something that adapts with that. Open shield. Yep, we want that. So you're watching me solve a problem. Do you know what I want? I want it. Yeah, I want rings. Dang it. There's been discussion about it. Well, in the preview, they showed a planet with rings. And gosh darn it, I want rings. Give me rings. This one fits, but it looks so goofy. It looks like it's wearing a dunce hat. Right? You know what? Screw it. Let's just go with that. Screw aerodynamics. Okay, let's close. Wait, this has doors? You could put science in there? I feel so dumb. I feel so dumb. Preview of KSP 1 or 2? Sorry, a preview of what? Yeah, preview of what? Alright, there we go. Alright, this is going to be my Lathlander. Showing of rings. Oh, the preview of KSP 2, when they did the launch video, like years ago, when they did the launch video, they showed a planet with rings. Like, it's going to be in another system, I think. But I know for a fact that rings were like a big pull. Alright, I think, for now, what we're going to do, we're going to go back here. We're going to put back on our baby little engine. Where's our baby engine? Give me a second, I'm thinking. Yeah, I would love a dense atmospheric cold moon. I think Neptune is very cool. Did you know that Neptune has the largest sphere of influence in our entire solar system? Because it's so far away from literally everything. Alright, there we go. That's going to be our rocket. And take this and go boom. Just like that. I'm going to unshroud this. Boom. Alright, we're going to save this. Because we're going to call this Lathe Manned Mission. And we're going to go ahead and save real quick. Because now we're going to take this off and we're going to throw this away. Lathe Lander Esther. Save. Alright, people, the goal is we're going to go see if this sucker can survive just getting into the upper atmosphere at Kerbin. We're not going to have any Kerbals on board because we got a probe body. I'm going to do one more thing. Let's go ahead and open our doors here. Because I'm just learning that these exist. Can I fit one of these into here? Extend. I can! Sweet. Alright, let's double it. There we go. Okay. Retract antenna. Close doors. Oh yeah, the magic hexagon storm. Alright, everybody. This is going to be our tester. We're going to see... The goal is, can we get... Okay, that's totally... Open doors. That's totally broken. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. This is a test craft. Close doors. This craft is destined for death anyways. Alright, let's launch. Okay, I think I just made a whole bunch of mistakes here. We'll see. We're probably going to end up reverting this. But yeah, this is an important part of Kerbal, everybody, is we're going to do some testing. Testing is very important. Okay. SAS on. We have a good connection. All right, here we go, everybody. We need to find out the goal is not space. The goal is Kerbin's upper atmosphere, namely about 40 to 50 kilometers. If we can find our way up there, I think this will be the perfect craft to get us down, or from, down to Lathe and back up. Okay. Not a good start. Okay, let's get our staging right, because I hadn't done that yet. All right, here we go, everybody. Why are all these engines not active? Okay. Okay, we'll just get it done. Okay, activate engine. We can fix all of this in our staging in the VAB. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's going exactly as I planned it. Exactly as I have foreseen. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we just got to activate this guy. All right, here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. These engines are a little bit loud. I thought I turned down my engine sound a little bit, but sadly it's very loud. So hold tight, everybody. We'll sort that out. Settings, super loud. Spacecraft, let's turn that down to like 25, except... Is that better? That should be better. It's still super loud. I don't know why. Let me like zoom super far away from it. We're gonna slow down just a little bit. I want to get through max Q here because this is not a very aerodynamic spacecraft. Okay, we're almost supersonic. We're a little bit higher up. We should be through max Q. So we're just gonna let her continue to climb. All right, folks, there we go. That was test number 1. I think that's pretty... Yeah, I don't understand. I've turned it down. This may just have to be something that we deal with. I think it's these engines. Yeah, the game... Kerbal does this sometimes, and it's a little annoying. But I do think, everyone, that this right here was a extremely successful test. We're at almost 40 kilometers on Kerbin. This to me says that this is going to work. The next step is re-entry. And for re-entry, I have something else planned. But I think this is going to be the craft we go with for our lander. I think this one works. I think it flies good enough. So let's go ahead and let's revert flight. Or revert to vehicle assembly. I think we're good there. the next step is we need to test re-entry. Now, I've had some bad luck with re-entries, and the biggest problem is this is not going to be a spacecraft designed to land on water. What is Lathe mostly? That's right, everybody. It's water. So what do we do about that? Well, we need a deorbit stage, and on that deorbit stage, I'm going to put something. So let's go ahead and grab a little itty bitty decoupler. Oh, hang on. Why is this not allowing me to build? Switch editor? No, I don't want to switch the editor. I want to build. Okay, am I crazy, everybody? Have I done something wrong? Okay, let's leave this and we'll come back. The game is acting weird. Let's see what we can do here. I want to get this Lathlander in the air and on its way. And then we're going to probably end the stream today by doing like 8 million different burns to line up for our conquest of the Jool system next weekend. I hate to wait a week to do it, but if I start this one night when I'm supposed to be going to bed for work, I'm going to like... Okay, good. I can build again. All right. Yeah, if I start this one night, I'm going to like... I'm going to be up till like midnight with you guys, and eventually I got to go to work. All right, we're going to throw the shroud back on this. Okay. Let's go ahead. Start retracted. Because now we're going to do things in reverse, everybody. We are going to work on... All right, we need to deal with heat. Boom. Yes! That'll do it. That'll protect our little craft when coming into Lathe. So there we go. Now what we need to do is, can we put a tiny, and I mean a tiny engine below this thing? Nope. I mean, it's actually very funny that my mom is one of those people who believes that gaming, like, ruined a generation. She's very much of that belief. Like, she was very much of the belief that video games, you know, rot your brain and all that stuff. I wasn't actually allowed to have, like, a console when I was a kid. Because, yeah, video games rot your brain. So, what got me into gaming is one year my dad's boss bought every single kid of every single employee, basically every family that worked for him, he bought them a game console. And that's the reason I actually got one. I honestly think video games have been mostly a pretty solid positive for my generation, you know? Like, what else can we actually afford to do? You know? Everything's too gosh darn expensive for us to do anything else, you know? Okay, let's go to engines. I don't need a big engine up here. I just need something that's going to let us test re-entry. So let's grab... No, not you. Let's grab you. There we go. Alright, so this is going to be... This is our re-entry test stage. Now we got to get this thing to orbit really quickly. So I'm going to put a... decoupler on the bottom. There we go. Oh, and I almost forgot. We have to do some things. I forgot to do the things, people. The things. Let's grab... I really hate carrying them back up with me, but I will if I have to. There we go. So we need to set up 2-stage parachutes. Okay. I want all the engines on. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be basically... It looks huge. This fuel tank will probably be smaller when we go to actually fly this thing out. But this is going to be what we're going to carry to Lathe. I think. This is going to be my Lathe lander. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to test it. We're going to do... Let's go to payload. Can we fit this entire thing? I think it's going to be pretty wibbly-wibbly, so let's grab a slightly bigger payload bay. Let's grab a slightly bigger payload bay. This one works. Yep, that'll work perfectly, and we can strut the absolute hell out of it. I have auto strut, but I haven't used it yet. But I've been told by a good source that it's like it's the best thing since sliced bread. It's amazing the amount of work that I'm putting into this, but I want to make sure this lander works before I... because then I think I can load this as an assembly into my other craft. So I can reroute it, delete the lander off that one, load this one in, and just smack it on top and be done with it. Oh, the first game on my dad's new console, Sonic Pinball was the first video game I ever owned. It was a Sega Genesis. Right at the end of, like, the Sega Genesis life, I got one. Yeah, it's alright. I eventually had Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles. I had an F-22 flight simulator style game, which is really cool. I had a bunch of games for it, and that kind of started me down the road. Eventually, I got an N64, which that was a spectacular console. And then I abandoned Nintendo entirely and ended up with a PlayStation, which I owned for years and years. Then I got a PS2. Then I abandoned PlayStation for an Xbox, and eventually an Xbox 360. Then I had to take a break from gaming for a very long time, and I eventually got what I have now, which is a PC. I did buy a Nintendo Switch a couple years ago, though. Like, a Nintendo Switch definitely, you know, I do consider that to be one of the greatest single consoles of all time. Nintendo really killed it with the Switch. Actually, no, it was post-university. I had strict rules about video gaming when I was in university, because I'm not exactly what you would call, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Disciplined person. So I had rules about gaming when I was at university, which was essentially, like, I'll game, but I won't allow myself to, like, if I was gonna game, I had a rule that it was, like, that had to be all I was gonna do that day, because I was one of those people, like, if I started gaming, like, that was going to be what I did that day. Especially because, like, I mean, Skyrim came out, I think sometime when I was in university, Skyrim came out. And it was like, okay, I am not going to play this game unless it is literally all I'm going to do that day. You know, it was... Fairing. Alright, everybody, here's how we're going to do this. We're going to try to go get this sucker into orbit real quick, and then we're going to try a re-entry on Kerbin. If a re-entry works on Kerbin, a re-entry will work on Lathe. So take a look at her, folks. This is our rocket. Lathe lander tester is go. Let's launch this sucker. Oh, what am I thinking? Hang on. I mean, yeah, Skyrim was one of those games. It just took your life away. One nice thing about my Steam Deck is that it's less like that. Like, the Steam Deck, you know, it's something I can play in my spare time, you know, and it doesn't take my whole life away from me. Because it's, you know, you can suspend your game, just click a button and the game's suspended. My Switch was the same way. So... I used to have to commute like an hour a day on light rails. What I'm playing right now is The Witcher 3. I kind of pass it between my main computer and my deck. But I used to commute an hour a day on light rail. And my Switch completely changed my life on that because I could play Skyrim on the way. So I could play Skyrim or Zelda on the way to work and the way home, so about 2 hours a day. And it just made those long train rides fly by, you know? It was like super convenient and good. Yeah, exactly. It was a huge improvement. And then, you know, the Steam, my Switch still works great. I still play Zelda on it for occasion, but it's kind of getting long in the tooth. And last year I had to make a difficult financial decision. I had to sell something very dear to me. And the deal I made myself is if I had to sell that, I would buy a Steam Deck to kind of lessen the blow. So, now I have it, and I will probably never look back. It's such a great little console, and I know it's not as powerful as people want it to be, the Steam Deck, but for me, I love the way I can tweak it. If I want a game to look really good and run at like 30 FPS and murder my battery in an hour, game on. But if I want to see if I can eke every little bit of battery power out of it, I can tweak it and play with it. And The Witcher looks darn good on it. And I can get, I mean, it doesn't look anything like it looks on my main computer. My main computer makes The Witcher look like beautiful. But it looks good enough that I can enjoy it. And I mean, The Witcher on the Switch, which I played quite a bit, looked rough. And I never got to finish that game. Oh no, this is bad. Hang on, everybody. We got to revert our flight. Revert to vehicle assembly. There are not supposed to be Kerbals on this flight, everybody. We are not putting Kerbals on this thing. Okay, crew. No. Okay. Save. Now we fly. The Steam Deck has like an APU. It's like a little APU made by so it's CPU and GPU kind of in one, made by AMD. And it's tiny, but it can do the things. I mean, the screen on the Steam Deck is only 800 by 1200p. So it's pretty small, and because of that, like, you don't have to have your graphics set very high because it hides so much. Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff on it. I play Ride 4 on it quite a bit. I play Witcher 3 on it. I played through Abzu on it. Subnautica works great on it. Because the screen's so little, like, you don't need your graphics turned all the way up. I'm trying to go down the list of all the great games I've played on it. I have a friend who plays Zelda on it. Perfectly legally, I might add. Oh, Lazarus, you should go check my YouTube channel then. I have a full Subnautica playthrough on my YouTube channel that I streamed here. Parts of it are pretty funny. All right, here we go, everybody. What is our plan? We're going to go test this lander. Once we know it works, we're slapping it on a rocket, we're sending it to Jool, and we're going to start putting stuff in orbit. There we go. All right, now we're going. Okay, a little bit of a hiccup there at launch. So the goal here is we're going to try to get to orbit with our little lander. And the reason we're trying to go to orbit is we want to test re-entry for this lander, test landing for this lander, because atmospheric landers are scary. Yeah, my streamed version of Subnautica was my second playthrough, but it had been years since I played it, so a lot of it was new. Alright, we're starting to build up our speed here. Okay, this isn't good. I was actually kind of hoping we'd get a lot more oomph out of this stage. Yeah, it's a spectacular game. Let's try to start pushing towards space with this little rocket. I didn't realize that this thing wouldn't get us all the way there. I'm a little disappointed. We may be building another. The Witness? I haven't played The Witness. Okay, you know what? Let's get fancy here, folks. What's my apoapsis? 59? Okay, sweet. Here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and stage this off. We're going to aim this. Yeah, there we go. This will get us to orbit. This will get us to orbit and allow us to test our re-entry system. Okay. We don't even really need to get to orbit. We just need to get to near orbit. I like puzzle games too. Have you ever played The Room? It's a mobile game and it's so good. It's by Fireproof Games, and it's like this awesome steampunk-inspired puzzle box. Yes! Oh my god, you're like the only person I've ever met that's played them. I love them so much. That and Monument Valley 1 and 2. Monument Valley 1 and 2 are freaking amazing games. Okay, folks, we're not quite going to get to space on this launch, which I'm a little sad about. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to revert flight. We're going to revert to vehicle assembly. And we're going to add a little more oomph to this rocket because it doesn't want to go as high as I want it to go, and it needs to be better. I'm trying to just build like the smallest, simplest rocket that can get me to orbit so that I can re-enter with this thing. Like, I want to test my I want re-entry to work well. Yeah, the Dollhouse one is definitely a departure. They made a VR one too. It's called The Room: A Dark Matter. I've played it a bit, but I haven't gotten near finishing it yet. I thought about streaming it actually. All right, let's go to. Actually, you know what? We don't need that. That's too much weight. We're just gonna go simple and small, everybody. This is like the smallest rocket I built in this game in a while. Okay. Then let's go over here to our engines and let's grab little itty bitty. Let's grab some boosters. Slightly larger boosters. Too big. Alright, this is what we can... Yeah, this is what we can grab. We'll grab these. I don't even think we're going to need Sepatrons on these boys. We Were Here sounds good. You know, like, it's super funny. The old joke for puzzle games to play with two people is, you know, the joke is that you play Portal 2 co-op mode. And the old joke is, you know, that's how you test a relationship. You know? You want to test your relationship with somebody, you play Portal 2 with them. Alright, there we go. This should get us up to orbit, I'm hoping. So we're going to save. I want my ejection force in these set to absolute maximum. Save. Alright, let's make sure we got all this set up. Alright, here we go, folks. We're just trying to get a very super low orbit where I can drop this thing off or pop it open, pop the heat shield open, test its re-entry stability, and then it's going to Jool. This will be the last, hopefully, of our manned Jool missions that we will need to do. Unless we want to go see the Kraken, which I believe is on one of the moons of Jool, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the Kraken's out there. All right, here we go, folks. I'm going to light this up. All right, let's get moving sideways here. We are not going for efficiency or anything else, folks. We want to get there. right, solid rocket boosters have done their job. We're moving much faster than we were. Here in a second, we'll pop those suckers off. There they go. All right, let's get turned over towards our velocity vector, and let's start really pushing for orbit here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, once we get this up, we'll have tested it. And then, yeah, I think I can load it in as an assembly once I'm happy with my lander and get it set as a, and just attach it to my other rocket. Which that other rocket's probably not going to have as much Delta V as I want when it gets up there, but that's what we're sending our fuel depots for. Okay, we're going to coast for a second and let the speed die down. Okay, there we go. Just going to keep burning towards our velocity vector. Hopefully we're not getting too hot. We are not. Turn sideways here. Maybe a little bit up from sideways and just keep burning. Let's go back up this way and see if we can... There we go. Let's just keep adding. Going to space, folks. Trying to be efficient. I know it's not what you all expect from me, but, you know, sometimes I like to defy your expectations. 68. Come on. Yeah, it just seems like this little rocket doesn't have enough oomph in it. We may have to take this on faith, folks. You know what? Let's just see... Let's get close enough. And we'll see if we'll see if we can do this. If we can do this, I'll be happy with it, and I'm just going to let it fly. Here, we're going to hit it. Probably should have sent that in another direction so it wouldn't hit us on the way down, but that's okay. This is unmanned. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not the stage that's going to get us off Lathe. That's literally just my, like, re-entry stage. It is a Terrier. It was just meant to be small and light. All right, let's inflate our heat shield. All right, here we go, folks. This is the plan. And in fact, what we're going to do here is we're going to move this up here and this to here, because that's actually how it'll fly. And then we want to stage these little chutes first and then those. So here we go, folks. We're just going to let this come on down. It's a little bit boring, I know, but the goal here is we just want to make sure it's survivable and it's stable. Because, yeah, this is going to be what our Kerbals use to get to the surface of Lathe and get back to space, hopefully. Okay, we're gaining a lot of velocity here. Yeah, because they want to just eject the engine bay, don't they? Because the engines are the most expensive part. And they just want to drop them in the ocean on a little raft. We can jettison this? Good. 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 All right, here we go, folks. Yeah, it's going to try to fall on its side. I knew it would. Hopefully when we get to Lathe, we'll do a very gentle re-entry so we can hold it. But he's got plenty of battery power here. It's not falling too much on its side, though, which is good. Yep, and it managed to hold it. All right, this works. This is going to work, everybody. We're going to Lathe. I'm pretty pleased with this right now. Now, the big question is, we're going to land in the water. What happens if we land in the water? No, just using an inflatable. Yeah, just going to use an inflatable heat shield to get down the lathe surface. All right, we're going to land in the water. Now, on lathe, my plan is going to be to redo the re-entry over and over and over again until I land on an island. But just in case we land in the water, we're going to test something. Does this work as a raft? Oh, it's extremely OP. It's how I get into E. It's how most of my missions to Eve end up happening. The one mission I tried to do to set a probe on the surface of Eve failed, I think, because I didn't have this part yet. Okay, here we go. We're just going to let it... We're going to just keep coming down. Let's go ahead and pop one set of chutes. I'm actually a little concerned about our ability to slow this thing down right now because it is literally full of fuel. So we might have to double our chutes up for, we're going to have to double our chutes up for lathe. But that's okay. We'll see how much impact this thing can take. So this is a fact-finding mission. Here we go, folks. Yeah, we're going to have to double chutes up on lathe because lathe has a much smaller atmosphere. All right. Let's go ahead and revert. Vehicle assembly. I think we're ready to go. I want to do that flight one more time with a couple more changes, but I think we're gonna be solidly ready to go for lathe. Because yeah, as I remember, lathe's atmosphere is way smaller than Kerbals. Or not way smaller. You get what I'm saying? It's way less. There's way less atmosphere there. So let's add more parachutes. If one is good, 10 is better. Okay, there we go. Screw it. Just put them all around. That'll stop us. Alright, we're going to try this one more time, and then we're going to lathe. And I want to go higher because we didn't go high enough that first time, so we're gonna put these guys on here. There we go. And we're gonna do it's a lot of work to build something, you know what? Because we're going to use the Terrier on the final product, but yeah, to make sure we get to orbit this time, let's put something with a little more oomph. That's a little too much oomph. Where's like a skipper? Skiff. There, that'll get us where we want to go. That'll do it. This'll do it. I mean, I'm cool to change a couple things here, because like I said, this isn't the spacecraft that's going. Literally just this upper stage is going. And up there I can use the Terrier because it'll be all 0G stuff. So here, the goal is we just want to get there. We just want to get to orbit for this one little mission. And once we've proved that this works, we're going to be using an entirely different delivery system to get to Lathe. So this is just for testing purposes. Let's grab another little, what is it? Arrow part. Size, there we go. There we are. Just attach that sucker right there. That should fall out of the way. Okay. We'll save. Oh, I forgot to hit save before I launched. Or before I hit launch instead of save. Whatever. All right, next step. Let's get this done. All right, we're going to make this work. Because, yeah, I want to get this thing on its way to Lathe, and I want to start doing all of those breaking burns and start setting up rendezvous and planetary rendezvous, and I want to get everything set, ready to go before I call it a day today. I don't have much to do today. Oh, gosh darn it. Okay. That's all right, folks. That's all right, everybody. We're gonna get it working. All right. First, let's get our staging right, because that was gonna be a thing. Okay, there we go. All that'll stage at once. Then that'll stage. All right, here we go. These need to be fixed. So let's... Actually, they don't need to be fixed because we have a wider base now, and I'm not really worried about them anymore. Okay, so we're going to grab this. Build. That's going to get me every time. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Let's build our fairing. All right, there we go. Save. All right, let's launch this thing. Let's go to orbit real quick and try an orbital re-entry with it. Make sure it works. Heck, if we actually land on the land somewhere, we can test orbital re-entry, parachute landing, take off, and try to get as high as we can and do an entire... Why not do the fairing from higher? Ah, that's the way it's built. They are very heavy. That's why it is what I'm. This is not a final product, Faye. This is just I'm building this crap because I need it to go where it needs to go. All right, here we go. We're gonna go SAS on full throttle. Yeah, this is not the final product. This is the lander is what we're testing here, because the lander is gonna live its life on the giant rocket that goes to Jool. Like, the lander's going to Jool, and it's going to land on top of... It's going to sit on top of one of our giant nuclear interplanetary stages. This is just to get it into orbit, because if it works on Kerbal, it will work on Lathe, because Kerbal has a thicker, denser atmosphere. Here we go. We're just going to keep pushing. We are going way faster this time. This is looking way better. We're going to just start trying to turn her over here. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, I've never successfully landed Kerbals on Lathe. So I'm doing a lot of testing here because I don't want to get all the way out there and realize that this doesn't work. Bottom left purple button, please. What does that button do? You mean my clip button? You have to explain this to me because I'm like stream dumb. Orbit info. Oh, yes, there we go. Smart. Okay. Yep, you were right. Smart. All right, so we're going to space right now. All right, I'm going to turn this way. It's not going to be the most efficient launch, but it doesn't need to be. Okay, we're just going to wait to hear the music start, and then we'll do a circularization burn. And then we're going to decide where we want to come down to try to get to test our landing system. Okay. Shit, that's going to cost us a stage. You know what? We're not going to do that. We're just going to burn as hard as we can here and just test it and make sure it works. Because I'm pretty sure now everything works. I just want as much velocity as possible. So we're just going to get all the velocity we can. Because this thing will go to orbit on Lathe. I'm pretty certain of it. So let's just burn the rest of our fuel here. Get this orbit opened up just as much as we possibly can. I'm cursed. I was cursed for the first time in my Kerbal career with trying to be far too efficient. Oh yeah, I know. I just want speed. Yeah, we're going to be a bit slower, but if it'll survive this... The thing is, we're going to be slower here, but Lathe's atmosphere is a lot less dense. So I feel like it'll be an okay analog. Like, this will be an okay analog. And who knows, we might even hit that peninsula, which would be awesome. Okay, here we go. Make sure all my chutes are set. Okay, chutes are staged properly. Turn the lights on because it looks cooler. I'm going to make everybody sit through this, unfortunately. I'm sorry. But we're testing. We're testing because we have to defeat an opponent that I have never been able to. If it'll get through this, it'll survive a properly profiled re-entry on Lathe, I'm certain. Because, you know, the inflatable heat shield is very OP. Okay, we're starting to lose a little bit of control here. But it is stable enough, it's not going to fall over, which is all that we need. Here we go. Oh, we might get lucky here. I think we're going to get lucky, everybody. I have no idea. I've never actually seen a heat shield fail. All right, here we go. We're coming down a little bit short, but that's okay. We have a plan. We're going to throttle up. We deflate this? We can't. That's all right. We're going to try something, folks. We're going to do a little thing that the lander on Mars did. Here we go. Yeah, I know. They're not even that loud for me, which is it's unfortunate. All right, everybody. This was our worst case scenario that we're trying to replicate by accident, but I'm glad that we did. So here we go. Oh God, dang it. All right, you know what? It's gonna work. It's gonna work. I am now 1,000% sure that we're gonna be fine. We're going to revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. I'm happy with it. It's going to work, everybody. We have this done. This works. It works. So we're not going to worry about it anymore. Let's go ahead and delete the fairing off this. We're going to throw most of this rocket away. So you will see. You'll all see. All right. So here's how it's going to go. We're going to go back. We're going to slap a carrier on the bottom, or we're going to slap a small fuel tank. Nope, just that is all it needs, because that's just to get us down. We're going to slap a... Where's the Terrier on it? The smallest... Literally, it doesn't need anything more than the smallest engine I can possibly carry. Because that's just to break orbit. Alright, I'll have to deal with the staging when we get there, because the staging's a bit wonky on it, but that's okay. So we're going to say the Lathe Lander. One. Even though we're not going to be... Even though we definitely don't need a second Lathe Lander, we're going to call this one 1. Okay. Alright, here we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to... So we're going to save that. And we're going to open our Eeloo manned mission. Because our Eeloo manned mission, and we're going to call this Lathe Mission 1. Save. Yeah, on to what you were saying earlier about fairings being heavy. Okay, now we want, this is the root part. So let's go ahead and, how do we do this? If this is the root part, and we can select this, take this, throw this away. All right, so now what we can do is, can we load something as an assembly? Yeah, cancel. Can we load an assembly? I know there's a way to do this. Actions, switch editor, crew. All right, am I crazy? Is there a way to, there's a way to load an assembly, right? Enable advanced mode. Sub-assemblies. Okay. Okay. All right, let's load, open. Lathe Lander 1. Actually, there we go, merge. Here we go. There we are. All right, this is all I needed. Okay. We're just gonna come up here and put it right. It should just fit right. Why can't it fit on top of there? All right, Faye, you may be walking me through this, friend. Why won't you go? Oh, okay, so how would I put it on? Is there any way I can get it to work? Is there any way this works? Make the other one the real one. So save the big rocket as, or merge it into the other file. All right, we're gonna save this. We're gonna open. All right, let's go to Lathe Lander 1. Load. Okay. See. Okay, let's grab you. Come up here, set you there. And then what we'll do is we'll open. Now save and continue, I don't really care. And we're gonna go to Lathe Mission 1. Lathe Manned Mission should... Lathe Mission 1. All right, let's merge. No! Why don't you work? Okay. Okay, we're gonna try another thing. Open. We're gonna learn how this works on stream right now. I'm sure there's someone out there who's tearing their hair out watching this. Okay, we're gonna learn... You know what we're gonna do? No. Grab this. Name. Lathe Lander 1 sub assembly. Save. Okay. Now we're gonna open. Open. Okay, here we go. Then how do you get it to attach? I can't be this stupid. So this has to be the root. There we go. Ah! 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 Okay, there we go. Ah! All right, now we need to strut this thing. So let's go back to build. Let's disable hard mode, because I'm too stupid for that. Okay. It ain't gonna be elegant looking. But this is gonna keep us from wibble woobling too much. There we go. All right, there we go, folks. Lathe. It's time. Maybe the biggest, dumbest rocket I've ever built. None of the staging is gonna make sense. We're gonna have to stage this thing after we separate. Lots of F5 is going to have to happen. I'm hoping the lower stages are still the way they're supposed to be. While we're here, I'm gonna change something I've been meaning to change on this rocket for a while. Where are my Sepatrons? We're gonna do this really quick, everybody, and then we'll go fly this sucker. Okay. It's the biggest rocket I've ever built in Kerbal. Okay, Control Z. Okay, try not to crash it. Yeah, and when you click things in the wrong place, weird things happen. What engines are these that it's referring to? Seriously, what engine is that? Something makes me think there's going to be an explosion here if I can't figure out what engine this is. That one. Oh my god. This is why you check your staging, everybody. Oh, it's all completely wrong. Okay. Yeah, this would have been a disaster if we'd launched it like this. Yeah, the boosters have boosters. Okay, let's get our staging correct. Why are we starting engines up here when we're staging down here? Okay, where is this stage's engine? Yeah, this thing is a disaster of states. Everything beyond that is wrong. Okay. Where's this thing at? Okay. Yeah, all my staging is completely wrong. All right. Sorry for the wait, folks. We're going to have to restage for a little while. All right. Those fire. Those fire. Those fire. All of these let go. Those fire and those fire. Okay, then these break. That fires. Okay. These break off and those fire. These break off, those fire. Okay. Okay, we're just going to make this a garbage stage for now. Those fire when those break off. Okay. Then we eject our... fairing. Yeah, absolutely. Then we eject our fairings. We gotta find... And these stage breaks. So... This goes here. Where are you at? Then you light. So these happen at the same time. Moving up. Where's this stage? Where's this fairing? Okay. Let's bring that. Move that down here. Then all my nuke engines light. Okay, there. Now we have another one here. Where did that come from? Why did you move this down here, game? Okay, we're gonna make that its own stage. Okay, those all light. Okay, why do you keep moving other stuff, game, when I tell you not to? That breaks. Looking for... Okay, where did my other nuclear engines line up? Okay, there we go. So that breaks with those. Okay. Man, it is just kicking... It is just making stuff up as it goes. Nope, here we go. There we go. Okay, so there. Just gonna keep working our way up the rocket. Those all ignite at once. That ignites at once, okay. Now the next break point is going to be here. Because we're going to undock that next stage. That needs to be with this one. Okay, so those go right there. Actually, no, they don't. This needs to be its own stage. There we go. Okay. So that's its own stage right there, because that exposes the heat shield. Then we pop the heat shield open. When this breaks apart, all of these engines activate together. That's right. Parachutes. Okay, parachutes are going to be a whole other thing, because the parachutes on the capsule need to be last. So we're going to come over here. Sorry for the wait, everybody. I know this is boring. Okay. Okay, those parachutes are all there. Okay, now the parachutes on this thing are all kinds of mixed up. This stage goes up here, because that's when the... Nope, not that stage. Well, dang it. Alright, let's move that back down there. This stage, it's got to be its own stage, and goes right there. Hang on, let me check what you wrote. I know, right? All of my staging is completely wrong now, since I loaded a sub-assembly. Okay. Okay. Okay, because this goes way up here, because we want all of this to be its own thing, because that's how we get home. Okay, now we need to stage the parachutes on the main craft. This stage goes up here, because after this breaks off, this is on the ascent. Okay, so next we need to get our parachute staged properly. So these are our high-speed parachutes. I need just one more set of those. There we go. And that should be staged. Save. Immediately save. Yeah, well, I kind of have a system where, as you saw, I work from bottom to top to figure out how things are supposed to work. All right, this should work. Famous last words. This should work. Okay. That's all that set. I need one more piece of science. Or I actually need to double check the science in here and make sure I'm getting the maximum. Yeah, see? I don't have my negative gravioli detector. I'm gonna drop that in there, just like that. Okay. And then we're gonna need a couple more things here. Do we have our weather station? Yeah, we have our weather station. We have 4 RTGs, which if set up by an engineer should allow us to properly get all the power we need. Okay, we're gonna close this. We need one more piece of science, which is this guy, because we're going Atmo, folks. I don't really care about mining, so I'm gonna take that off. Alright. That's it, folks. I think this is the craft. Saving. Alright. This is it, everybody. Oh, this is it. Behold my deepest point of insanity ever. Single launch, go into lathe. We're probably going to need to refuel on the way home. But what can you do? The boosters have boosters. If this thing reaches orbit, it's going to be a miracle. Like, a genuine miracle if this thing reaches orbit. We're going to do one more thing, because I think this thing is just going to be... May the Carl be with you. For Carl! Alright, we're going to do one more thing here. That's not going to work. The game is going to be weird about it, so we're just going to put one here. We'll just place them individually. One here. One here. One here. Rock and stone, fam. Rock and stone. I haven't played in a long time, though. I need to I might play that on stream one of these days, but I am horrible at that game. Like, I am shockingly bad at that game. Alright, I'm gonna take one last look at it, everybody. Let's go ahead and get our crew set up. Alright, they're in the command pod, mobile processing lab, lander can is good. We got a scientist, engineer, pilot. The game knew what I was gonna do. Let's go ahead and build our fairing. Behold, everybody, this is gonna be a massive fairing, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna build this up. I always hate this when I get a little bit off on my thing and my mouse is like trying to escape off the top of the window while I try to like build a huge fairing like this. Like I literally cannot build... I cannot build any higher. There we go. Okay. Yeah, what were you saying about fairing construction? What were you saying about fairings being heavy? Alright, save. Here we go, everybody. The largest rocket that I have ever constructed in this game. This is for Lathe, folks. You all haven't even seen the Eve rocket yet. Godspeed, little Kerbals. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, alright. This stream is going really long, but I don't care. I'm having fun. This is probably going to be the thumbnail. Just this thing sitting on the pad. Look at the size of it. All right, everybody, here we go. The Kurbanistani space, space center hired its most, and I mean truly most suicidal Kerbals for this mission. All right, we've cleared the tower. Well, 3 hours is, a little long for me. Well, actually, no. Typically, I do about 4 in a day. Okay, we actually have a problem already. Something is wrong. 2 of our liquid boosters are out of fuel already. Okay, something got disconnected. Something got disconnected. We lost something. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna fix it. Okay. Our first set of boosters that deploy should be right here. So these guys connect to those guys. Why did 2 boosters die before the others? That's not right. Unless 2 sets of these are not setting on the ejector, which it appears they are not. It's supposed to be asparagus staged. But... but it's definitely not behaving like it is. Because that booster feeds to that booster, which feeds into the core. So that booster should feed to that booster, which feeds to the core. This booster should feed to that booster, which feeds to the core, and this booster should feed to that booster, which feeds to the core. This should work. Okay. And that goes there. And then these boosters fire at the end. Okay, let's try it again. Let's see if it works. Yeah, this rocket is a little complicated. It's... if I get angry enough at it and I can't get it to work, we're going to rebuild the bottom half of this rocket as well. We're going to Lathe today. Because those rockets that burn out really quickly, there should be 2 of them that burn out and not... or there should be 4 of them that burn out and not 2. I didn't even change anything on this bottom stage. It was just loading assemblies and everything screwed everything up. Okay, I think we're looking good now, folks. Let's get her turned over. Alright, prepping for first booster separation. This is the new orientation of our Sepatron, so I'm hoping it works well. Alright, the Sepatrons probably need to be reverse facing, like these are, to get these large rockets off of here, but they will it looks like they will separate no matter what, so that's something for the next rocket. Alright, let's start focusing on that orbit. Let's go ahead and get lined up. Get her turned at about 45 here and start trying to build some downrange velocity. There we go. Now she's starting to build velocity. Come on, big girl. Come on. Let's go. Beautiful. That's much more controlled than it used to be. I really like that. Okay, we're going to space. We still need to push about up to 50, and then I do my thing where I turn sideways and just start building downrange speed. We'll try to settle her into a 100-kilometer orbit. There's 50. Alright, we're just going to keep burning. I'll even take 90 at this point. We're just waiting to get to space at this point. Here we go. Come on. I'm just pushing that apoapsis away from us. And that is us building orbital velocity right now. There's 70. I'm going to keep pushing. Normally I would stop burning at this point, but I'm going to keep pushing. That's 90. Let's go for 95. The more we build now, the less we have to build when we're doing our circularization burn. Screw it. Let's go for 100. Let's get this off of us. That's 90, 98. Okay, we've just lost that. Let's stage. Okay, there we go. That's 100. Oh my god, look at the size. This is such a stupid rocket. All right, we're gonna get our maneuver node built because we are coming up at it pretty quickly. I know 100's not quite efficient, but you know I want to have a little bit of room here because I'm worried that the burn to get us circularized is going to take a while. Actually, it's not going to be too bad. We built a lot of orbital velocity already. So let's go ahead and bring this down. It's going to be 39-second burn, so we'll start at T-minus 20 seconds. Let's go ahead, now that we're in space, and let's start trying to get some stuff opened up on this thing. Oh my god, the people who live upstairs, it's like they're bowling up there. All right, let's get these up open. There we go. We're going at maximum speed. Let's pop the lights on to make it look cool. All right, here we go. Get it lined up. F5 for safety. Okay. Coming up, T-minus 20. All right, here we go. All right. There we go, folks. It's working! It's working! I actually really can't believe that worked on the second try. Okay, there we go. She is up, folks. All right, we have a little bit of time here. Let's get our other radiators opened up. We packed a few little ones here just to get our, just to vent a little bit more heat into space because these rockets produce quite a bit of heat. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and set up our maneuver to get, you can see our two fuel depots are heading out towards Jool right now. Let's set up our maneuver and let's get to Jool. And then I don't know, if I push this stream longer, we'll do some rendezvous. Okay. We got a lot of stuff, as you can see, on its way out. Everything's flying that way. Poop Rocket 12, that's derelict, but it works as a, what is it, a relay now. You can see here we have our Eeloo manned mission and our entire fleet of craft, which this is now going to be the second wave of. It and the fuel depots heading towards Jool. So let's set Jool as the target, and let's keep going. There we go. That's all we need. We'll tune our alignment later. Let's go ahead and get her lined up. This is probably, of all the ships I sent out to Jool, this is probably the one that's going to need the refueling the most. Potentially the one that I send. I forgot what the moon of Jool is that's super duper inclined. I think it's Bop. I believe that crew is probably going to need some more fuel to get back as well. But yeah, there's a couple of my Kerbal crews are probably more than likely going to need fuel to get home. All right, here we go. So we're lined up. Our kicker stage still has a 0.5 kilometer a second of fuel left in it. And that's just there to kind of get us pushed out of, or get us starting, push us out of orbit a bit and do it quickly. This is going to be an 8-minute and 23-second burn. Sorry about that, folks. But we are carrying a lot of weight out to Jool with this atmospheric lander system that we got built. You guys should have seen the last time I tried to build a space plane to go to Lathe, and it was colossal. It was like an SR-71. It was huge. Okay, we don't want to be... There goes a piece of space debris. Sentinel telescope debris flying by us really quickly. I do like it when you get to this point in the game, you start to see debris from older craft just run by you every now and then. Okay, we're going to get lined up here. All right, here we go, folks. We are just going to start building that velocity. We got a long way to go. All right, here we go. Let that die, let the rocket settle. And here we go. All 8 nuclear engines firing in unison, trying to get us out there. And now we wait, everybody. I do feel like if I were to throw this rocket up on Steam, I feel like I would need a notepad, like a note document to accompany it, because it's just, there's so much I mean, we are in space, and look how many stages I still have to go. For what is essentially a service module, a crew, or a command module, and a lander. All right, come on, let's push. We got this. We're going. At home, back in Kerbanistan, people are excited. This is an atmospheric landing. The Kerbanistanis could have sent a probe out there. They could have landed a robot. But that's not the Kerbanistani way. You know? The Kerbals, they want to go to the stars. No, we're totally sending a robot to Moho the first time now. I've failed so many times with Moho that we're totally sending a robot the first time. If I can get a rover on Moho, then I'm going to send Kerbals there. Same thing with the Eve. I have to get a lander on the Eve, because I have yet to do so in this playthrough, and it has been a nightmare trying to get one down. Alright, here we go, folks. We're slowly but surely pushing out. These are going to start glowing red any second now. I'm hoping those smaller radiators I attached will help dissipate the massive amount of heat that these engines produce. And once again, I am pretty sure that this craft will be one of the ones that is going to have to refuel. Okay, the camera changed. That means we are going to leave orbit, which is awesome. Just going to keep pushing. Keep towing this craft into space. This is, you know, what's crazy is this is still a permutation of the lander I did for, I think the first time I used this lander was I did a Mun landing like this after my second stage of Mun landers was built like this. And I think I've been using a permutation of this lander since then. It's worked for the Mun, Minmus, Duna, Drez. I sent one to Gilly. All the landers that are going to Jool are permutations of this one, though they do have less gear on them than this one does, because this one is just so unbelievably you know, it had to be kind of overbuilt. I'm actually very worried about one of them. I forgot what planet, I still haven't read up on it, what planet on Jool has the highest gravity. I am very worried about getting Kerbals off of that thing. I think I attached extra engines. Yeah, I think all my Jool landers have much more engines on them, so they should be better than my Duna lander, which, if you go back and watch my Duna landing, there was a issue with the Duna landing, which was, what am I getting heat warnings on? Oh, my little radiators, okay. There was an issue on my Duna landing because, yeah, you can see them radiating a ton of heat. The Duna landing, the lander was too heavy to take off with the engine it had, so I did just sit there and burn fuel for a while until it actually burnt through enough fuel to take off, and then very shortly after I ejected the side tanks. But yeah, we're just gently, slowly pushing this thing as hard as we can. The radiators are all beginning to glow red hot, trying to get, trying to cool off the cluster of 8 nuclear engines that we're using here. Now, if I was playing this not on stream, I would actually use 4 engines, and for these maneuvers, I'd just go like cook some food or something. But since I'm on stream, I want these burns to go kind of quicker, even though 8 minutes is not very quick. So I'm trying to just use as much or attach more engines so that these go a little bit quicker. You can see that this whole craft is starting to heat up. We're getting very hot, folks. What if Among Us was real life? I have a bunch of friends who don't play Among Us with me anymore because Among Us is kind of like a measurement of how big of a sociopath you are. And so what I'll do when I play Among Us, even if I'm not the imposter, I will blame people. I don't even know if they're the imposter or not. I will just blame them. I will say that person's the imposter and I'll get them kicked off. Because the goal is survival and winning. And then that means that when I am the imposter, if I've gotten people kicked off before, people won't think I'm just trying to get people kicked off because I'm the imposter. So I have like 3 or 4 friends who no longer play Among Us with me. Because I get them kicked off sometimes when they're not the bad guy, and they know that I'm doing it just because, you know, I'm playing like 2 games ahead because I'm a monster. Alright, we're still pushing that orbit out. It is taking forever right now, folks. Just a really slow push because we are pushing a lot. We're pushing a lot of tonnage here. Like, this is a very heavy ship. There's tons of fuel and everything packed to the front of this thing. Like, we did not need to launch a full fuel tank here, and I'll probably pull about half the liquid fuel out of this stage before I eject this and send it down to Lathe. Like, we did not need to bring this much fuel with us, but whatever. As long as this is enough fuel to get us into orbit around Jool and get us out to Lathe, we'll be okay. You can see we are way out of orbit of Kerbin, and we are still burning away. Everything on this ship is completely almost completely saturated with heat now. We're almost there. Come on. And then we'll set up our burn. We'll set up our apoapsis burn to get all of our... we might actually do it at the ascending or descending node on this one. I might try to be a little more efficient, because this thing is never going to have a whole lot of fuel. And then we're going to start doing capture burns here pretty soon, everybody. Well, orbital adjustments, and then we're going to start doing captures. We have so much hardware heading to Jool right now that I want to make sure that we actually get it all locked and loaded. Okay, almost there. Almost there. And all we want is that our nice little encounter, and then we'll dial it once we have it. So we're just going to bring this out. We're going to bring this out. Bring it around town. Bring it around town. Come on, give it to me. Where's my encounter? There we go. Sweet. We will take it, folks. Okay, it shows the ascending and descending node is right here. So that's out in a maneuver. That's going to be in 164 days. Let's come out here, click on this guy, click on this maneuver right there. And let's see if we can do a lot more work a lot closer, because that means we can use less fuel. Less fuel is good. Yeah, some of these other burns that I've been doing way out at the apoapsis are like hundreds of meters a second, and we may be able to escape this one for virtually nothing. Which I probably should have done this with the others, but whatever. We've passed that point. It's set in stone. Alright, I want to come in here. And we're going to come all the way down low. We're going to bring it all the way in as close as we can. There we go. Alright, let's get her flat. We want to intersect the orbit of Lathe just as much as we can. There are going to be limits on how flat we can get everything, but like... that's about what we can do. There we go. Let's align with our maneuver node. Let these radiators cool off for 164 days. Let's go ahead and zoom out here. Let's grab our this Lathe mission orbit adjustment. Apply changes. Okay, this is 164 days out. So that is going to actually be our first maneuver that we have to do in this huge list of maneuvers that we're going to do. So I say, let me go ahead and run to the bathroom, everybody. Stream's going well. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you are. I'm going to run to the bathroom. And then I say we just start rocking through this list of orbital adjustments and maneuvers. We don't launch anything else for a while. All we're going to do now is focus on getting everything in orbit around Jool and Eeloo. I think that's a great thing to do. I think that's going to burn a ton of time. I mean, this stream could go 5 hours at this point, maybe even 6. So let's lock and load. I'm going to run to the restroom. If you're watching me at home, grab yourself some water, use the restroom, and we will be right back. Oh, it would have been so cool. There we go. Pause. All right, I'll be right back, everybody. And we're back. All right, let me double check my audio and make sure that's working. Okay. All right, everybody. Here we go. All right. So we've got everything going out there. So let's start locking some of these maneuvers in. We'll grab a drink of water. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, here we go. The first maneuver is going to be this one we just made. So let's start time warping, folks. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to do a lot of burning today, but that's going to be okay because now we're going to start lining everything up. And the goal is hopefully for these to arrive in the Jool system, just bang, 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 one after another. Okay. It's one day. And I've got an alarm set, so it won't let me go work past it. Okay. I'm going to delete and close. Let's check up on our spaceship here, everybody. It's still looking nice. Where the heck is the sun? There it is. Okay. So we're going to set this burn in motion. I want to... Actually, that's not the one I want to see. And we don't need a ton of delta V here. So we're actually going to take this one really slow. I'm actually going to use very little thrust. We'll do it pretty much right on top of the burn. Here we go. All right, here we go. You can see that periapsis moving down. Let's move it down a little bit quicker for the sake of, what is it, brevity, levity, whatever, for the sake of going fast. And honestly, for most of my missions, this is where I should have done the burn, but I was being dumb and I forgot. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're just going to let it slowly come in. Basically, if I see a 2 in the 200,000 mark, or 200,000 meter mark, we'll turn it off. And that will maximize our use of the Ober effect. And if we get lucky, we'll be able to drop right into an encounter with Lathe as we come in. Otherwise, we'll have to get fancy. Okay, that's all right. So what we're going to do... That was anti-normal. Let's come around to normal real quick, and we'll just tap the throttle once. Because right now, we are inside the orbit of Jool, which we don't want to be. Or sorry, not inside the orbit. We are inside the atmosphere of Jool. Sorry, long stream for me. A lot of thinking has happened in this stream, and it's new for me. Thinking is new. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're just going to bring this up, and then we're going to just tap the throttle. How'd that go down? There we go. Okay. I'll leave it just like that. We're still falling for some reason, so I'm going to... Why did that... Ugh. All right, you know what? Speeding up did this. What is happening to the ship right now? Oh, no! Oh, she wiggling. She wiggling. All right, I'm going to turn SAS completely off for a second and just let the ship settle. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. All right, I cheated a little bit there, folks. Please don't judge me for it. Burning prograde got us close. We're going to burn retrograde to bring us out far. So we're going to turn. Our eyes might have been a little bit bigger than our bigger than our stomach on this one. That's the problem. Okay, and we're going to let Kerbals Kerman is just going to carefully put us there. We're going to have the wiggle again. We're just going to do that. And I'm going to do a little bit of time acceleration cheating there because I probably should have strutted this thing out way more. All right, we're going to come back here and then we're going to do this. Just, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna take it. I'm not gonna deal with trying to do this any harder. We have the Delta V. We shall use the Delta V. Okay, so we're gonna go here. I'm gonna add a maneuver, and we're gonna go. Here we go, everybody. Well, that's unfortunate. We're not gonna get a lathe encounter at capture. That would be really nice and efficient. But that's okay. We are not going to have a ton of fuel left. That is a 9-minute burn, which I don't want to do all at once because that's inefficient. So you know what? We're going to hope to get lucky here. We're not that far off of lathe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this here. And I'm going to see if we can just do this. How would we do this? Can I set you as my target? I can. Okay, here we go. Maybe. Hang on. What if I put this... What if I do something crazy here? Hang on. That definitely puts us inside the orbit or inside the atmosphere of Jool. Hang on. That's all right. Let's keep sorting it out. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, what this means to me is this means we can probably get an encounter set up. If we just... Let's go right here, and then we'll do a couple orbits and see what we can do. This will save us a lot of Delta V. And we'll get aligned, we'll do everything once we get there. But yeah, this will save us a lot of Delta V, I think. And Delta V is going to be a major problem. These fuel tugs that I put out there, these fuel barges, may actually end up having to come and save this craft from the orbit of Lathe. Alright, let's call that done. Lathe, mission, Jool, capture, burn. Apply. Okay, there we go, folks. That's one. Oh my god, this thing's starting to shake itself apart again. The Kraken wants this spacecraft. You can just tell already. The Kraken craves this spaceship. Hit. Cancel. There we go. Okay. Let's check on these guys and make sure they're okay. Yeah, the Kraken desperately wants this one. Alright. Radiators are working good. We have tons of power. We have all kinds of power, even though my boy Jeb is still literally fighting this thing. Ever so slightly. Alright, let's get away from this thing so its physics aren't going nuts anymore. What is our next? We have a craft that has an orbit in... Edit. Eeloo orbital adjustment is in 321 days. Alright. Let's go ahead and go back to the Space Center. We're going to leave the sucker and let it just do its interplanetary coast. And we're going to keep going. So many more things to do. I'm really happy we have the alarm. I'm happy everybody on my chat talked me into the alarm, because the alarm is, oh boy, the alarm is useful. The only thing that's going to suck is if we get into a case where two of these things need to be burning at the same time, which I'm really hoping doesn't happen. Okay, let's head to our tracking station. It's going to take a second to load because we have so much in the air right now. Okay, where's our Eeloo mission? I think this is our next one. All right, let's go to Eeloo mission. All right. Oh, this is stressful managing all these separate things. Yeah, and you know, it's one of those things, like if I was in total crazy non-science sandbox mode, I think it'd be fun to try to launch a manned mission to everything. Back to back to back to back to back. Have everything all happening at the same time. It'd be confusing, but fun. Oh yeah, this is that orbital adjustment that's just going to take literally nothing. Okay. Let's get aligned with it. Let's go pop over to Eeloo. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to literally touch the brakes here. Or touch the throttle here. Just breathe on it and try to get our maneuver. Or try to get our periapsis a little lower. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Okay, there we go. That's how we're going to do this, everybody. So let's go ahead. And let's time accelerate up to it. Pew! Okay. Lots of burns, lots of stuff happening all at once. It's exciting and terrifying. Yeah, all these burns are getting really close to each other. A couple of these are hours apart. Okay, here we go. The entire... You can see the fleet out there on the other side of the system on its way. Both stages of it. Three, two, one. I'm gonna let it just... I'm gonna let the time acceleration just slow itself down. Okay. Okay, we're going to delete that and close. And then we're going to come down here and we're going to try to get this. We're just going to, like I said, we're going to breathe on the throttle here. Nothing more is going to be needed to get our Eeloo encounter. And then we're going to set up our capture burn to Eeloo. And then we will be able to leave this sucker flying again for another couple of years. Okay, here we go. Yes, it worked. It worked! It's working! It's working! Here we go. Nice and gentle. Like I said, we're just breathing on it, everybody. We're literally just breathing on the throttle here. We're going to take it. I'm happy with that. Okay, add maneuver. Okay. And how long is this burn? Oh, yeah, burn time 3 hours. Hang on, everybody. We are not going to do a 3-hour burn, I promise. Hang on. Okay, 5 minutes, 49 seconds. Reasonable. Reasonable. Okay, and we're probably going to try to do our entire burn and circularization all in one shot here. Let's go ahead and add a little bit here, because I don't want that to be so elliptical. Oh my god, no, stop trying to add. Let me just, like, touch it. There we go. Okay. I'm going to grab this, go here. Eeloo capture burn. How far away is that? Let's go ahead and get these guys lined up while I'm looking at that. That is 218 days away. Okay, well, are we going to get to Eeloo before we do any of these other major burns? We're not yeah, I think we're going to get to Eeloo before a lot of our burns for Jool start happening. Fascinating. I guess, yeah, we're not that far out. So we'll do a big burn here. We'll get locked in, and then I'll probably leave this mission for a while and go focus on Jool. Although, honestly, frankly, we don't have to. Like, we could just do our landing and everything today, if that's what everybody wants to see. I mean, it's not... We're still really far away from Jool on all our major missions, so... Yeah, let's just go land on Eeloo real quick, everybody. I promised excitement, folks. Let me give you some excitement. Yeah, we can pretty much get the exciting parts of our Eeloo mission done before we've even reached Jool with the entire fleet. Because we've still got over 100 days till almost 200 days. It'll be 150 days? Yeah, ish. 130. Before all of our Jool missions begin lighting their engines up and doing their thing. Okay, so we're there. It will slow us down when we get into Eeloo's sphere of influence. There it goes. We have an alarm set, so it shouldn't let me time accelerate past this. We're just falling towards it. It's kind of a long burn, but what can we do? Alright, so... Oh, sorry, I was getting a ton of notifications there for a second. All right, 16 minutes out. So this is going to be... I got to do math. That's going to be... half of this is going to be 3 minutes. 12 seconds, roughly. So 3 minutes, 12 seconds. We'll light it up and we'll start burning. It's going to be a long burn because the sphere of influence here is very, very weak. Eeloo's not very big, and we are so very far away from Kerbin right now. We have a semi-good connection. Signal strength is not great, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get ready. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. We should be lined up. All engines should be active. They are. All right, here we go. Let's take a look out and get our first close-up look at Eeloo, everybody. There we are. Oh, Jesus, if you touch that fuel thing, we're a passenger for a second. All right, here we go. And now we just hang out, everybody. Chat, you know. Talk about space, technology, gaming. What else? What else has been going on? Do I have these set to allow partial? I do. Good. Good! Hopefully the relay antennas on this will allow this to relay to the Space Center and allow maneuvers to happen. That's the real hope here. Because we want to be able to do maneuvers for our rendezvous. I don't really know a lot about Eeloo. I don't really know how much, like, orbitally it has. There we go. Yeah, I don't really know orbitally how much gravity or anything Eeloo has. We're kind of just going to go land on it and find out. I didn't really read up on it or anything. I'm just saying, screw it. Let's go. Let's go see what's going on at Eeloo. This is going to be a pretty easy landing, I think. Pretty solid. We've done a lot of vacuum landings before, everybody. We know what we're doing here. So we're just going to let ourselves slowly but surely work our way down. You know, taking small bites off the elephant here. I think our Delta V looks pretty low. I think we're going to have plenty of Delta V left in this lander. I'm not too worried, even though I am a little worried that our Delta V doesn't currently show up in the lander. I think we're going to have a lot of Delta V left inside of it. I think we're going to be very okay Delta V-wise to get back on this mission, because when we get the lander back up to the ship, we're literally just going to transfer everything that's in here except for the smallest amount, so we can use the lander as an impactor. All that transfers back into the mothership, and I think that'll get us home. If it doesn't, we got fuel depot craft ready for launch. We'll just wait until we get another proper alignment, and we'll send a fuel depot out here and refuel this thing. While we're out here, let's go ahead and pop this open. We could be doing some science. Let's run our magnetometer report here real quick. I don't know why I have a seismometer there. You measure the air. Okay. We'll go ahead and keep that experiment. Let's go ahead and get some goo. The goo feels right at home here. Let's go ahead and get some material study. Alright. Looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with this. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and get this. capture. There we go. We got some science already. Gonna check on our things here and make sure we are actually building a. We are actually getting there. We are capturing. We may do a quick capture and then come back around and do another burn to get our. Let's go ahead and do a crew report. Okay. Boop. All right. Then what we'll do is we'll grab here and we'll do collect all. There we go. And that is our science, folks. So we'll go ahead and close that up for now. We're just going to keep the burn going. The radiators are actually working spectacularly this far out. We're just barely building heat. Oh, that would explain some things. Well, we'll finish the burn with these guys on low. I didn't realize they were still on limited thrust. We'll finish the burn with them on limited thrust, and we'll worry about it later. I think we may have a major problem getting back to Kerbin anyways. Yeah, I think we may have major problems getting back to Kerbin, everybody. We may be launching a lot of fuel tankers up to these craft. Just gonna come in here and let it go ahead and capture. We'll just come around and use the Oberth effect a bit. Just real quick, we're gonna let it finish our capture. Bang. All right. Wow, this isn't gonna take much more, so let's just bring it in. All right, let's call it there. What's our period? 1 day. We got the time. So let's go ahead and grab this. Add maneuver. Come on. We'll bring this down to... Yeah, we are going to need fuel to get back, everybody. My poor Kerbals are stranded now. They live here. They liked Eeloo so much, they just decided they never wanted to leave. Okay, really quickly, I forgot to do one thing. Let's get these thrust limiters all the way up. Okay, it's going to be a 31-second burn. Let's come back around and let's make it. Byong! Okay. Okay, we're gonna just come in here, and it's gonna be 28 seconds, so 14 seconds each side. Let's do that. Yeah, I think my Kerbals out here are kind of screwed, everybody. We do not have enough fuel to get home. We might be launching more tankers. But we'll worry about that when we have the Kerbals back on board, because if they just sit here in the void for a while, out here being lonely, that's more time for them to process science. They have a job to do. I get my science or they don't come home. Darn it. Alright, so let's get this done really quickly. Boop, boop, boop. Down to about 14 seconds, and let's throttle up. All of those nuclear engines burning, we do get a fair amount more thrust. Things are going well. We still have 116 days till our next alarm goes off, so we are good. I'm going to bring this actually very low. Eeloo appears to be fairly round. I'm not seeing a lot of mountains or anything like that, so I'm thinking we get this thing as low as possible. Make maximum use of the Oberth effect for when we decide to leave. Oh dear, is that orbit screwed? Well, we're not going to waste a lot of fuel on it. Let's add this maneuver, and let's just make it circular. It'll be a low orbit, but it doesn't show it's impacting anything, so I think we should be okay. Okay, we'll bring it around. We only have 837 meters per second left in this thing. Oh, God, we're going to have to send... We're going to have to send a tanker out here to rendezvous. This is not enough. Like, this is not enough fuel to get home. Unless it takes just nothing to get off the surface, we are screwed. Alright, let's come around. And I'm thinking we do a landing pretty much right away. All right, here we go. Let the Kerbals line us up. Come on. You're running late. All right, here we go. It's gonna be a little late, but that's okay. Just gonna bring this in. Okay, it's about a kilometer difference there, but I do not care. That is... We're gonna hug this planet, because this will, I think, in my weird little mind, mean that we can get out of here more efficiently. And efficiency is gonna kind of be key, everybody. Okay, let's go ahead and set up for disassembly, and we're gonna go down to the surface of Eeloo. I am gonna worry about getting the Kerbals back when we get this lander back up and we can take a lot of its fuel and get its fuel inside the main craft. Let's come around to the sun side, because I don't want you guys to have to look at all this crap in the dark, as is tradition on this channel. Okay, here we go. There is the frozen wasteland below us. I don't know why I can't see my velocity vectors. Getting really, what's it called? Really buggy here. Let's go to my map view. Let's come back to this view. Nope, no velocity vectors, I guess. It's showing, it's aligned to them, so we're just going to keep going, everybody. It almost looks like we are fast forwarding right now because we are moving so quickly along the surface. All right, let's get our scientist out. First, no parachutes. Parachutes are for the weak. Okay, there we go. Let's EVA him. Okay, space R. Oh, buddy, we are struggling. We're getting a lot of frame drops. It'd be great if my computer didn't try to run this game at 144 frames a second, but the frame limiter does not listen to me. I said 60. It's like, okay, 60? You mean 144? And I'm like, no. So it's just going to keep trying to run this game at maximum frames. Don't ask me why. Okay. Let's EVA you. All right, here we go. Let go. RCS on. We're just going to float up to our new home for the next couple days. Board. Board. Come on. Board. Oh my god, this game is getting really buggy right now. We're going to go ahead and F5 for safety right now, because the bugs are getting crazy. All right. I'm going to pop... Let's go ahead and extend this. Let's go ahead and extend this. And here we go, everybody. This is the moment. Undock. Already potentially seeing some problems. Okay, we should have all these... Oh, need to switch craft. Here we go. All our engines should be on. Let's turn this one off. Or let's only activate these real quick. And let's do this. There we go. All right, I was a little worried about that ring not separating, but it looks like it did. Let's align. All right, this is going to be a little loud, folks, because these are those engines that no matter how quietly I turn this game, they always go loud. So please forgive the noise. Okay, we're now spinning. Why did that happen? Okay, not all of our engines activated. Okay, that should be all of them. Okay, we're going down. That did not take much. Now we've got quite a bit of delta V here that I'm not okay with having. So or quite a bit of velocity. So let's go ahead and start burning some of that off. Okay, we're at 8,000. There's a nice flat spot over there that I think would be nice to land. So let's go ahead and time accelerate. I know that I put very small engines on this thing. So my big concern here is I want to make sure that we have plenty of time to let these engines burn, because they do not create a lot of thrust. And we can just let these suckers burn and burn and burn. Here we go, folks. Putting gear down. All right, here we go. We're just gonna let it fall now, everybody. This is the moment. Eeloo landing. Here we go. And I'm gonna let everybody know, if you are in chat, if you sound off, I will probably land this or name this landing site after you, because that's what I've been doing for people who follow and people who are in chat and active. Is I name landing sites after them. That seems like a chill way to do things. You can see the shadow now. We're getting pretty low. But that's all right. The Kerbals space program has a lot of experience on vacuum landing. I'm not going to say it's going to go perfect, everybody. I'm just saying they have a lot of experience with it. I'm actually really worried that I'm going to leave some... If this is the engine I put on all of them, and I don't think it is, I'm actually really worried that I'm going to leave some Kerbals stranded on a few planets or moons around Jool, because I do believe I may not actually have the ability to lift them off. We may have to send rescue landers as well. But when it comes to landing, I mean, if you look at it, Eeloo is just about as easy as it gets. There's not a lot going on here. There's not even that many craters, which, ladies and gentlemen, would say, geologically, this is a planet that is replacing its surface due to some process that we probably don't know about. See a little bit of ice there on the surface. All right, here we go. Here comes the hard part. $200. Yep, there we go. 200 meters. $100. That little rocking is a little uncomfortable, but that's okay. We're gonna fly it manually in. Here we go. Contact. Whoop, 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 whoop. See if we can turn this sucker so it'll sit up a bit straighter. There we go. All right, we're down, folks. That looks stable-ish, right? That looks stable. All right. Let's pop open our bay, and let's start getting our science. Let's get these open. Okay, let's go conduct material study. Boom, 375 science. It's going to be way more after we do our study. So we'll grab it. Let's pop this open. Okay, we observe the goo. Log pressure data. It is frozen up. Log temperature data. Let's get our seismic data. Cryovolcanic activity is detected in the interior of the planet. This makes sense, though, because once again, Eeloo is replacing its surface through some form of cryovolcanism. All right, this does not look stable, but we're gonna hope for the best here. So that should be our science. Now what we're gonna do? Oh, I forgot to put the gravioli detector on this thing. Dang it. Well, we'll have to come back eventually if we decide to. All right, let's get our engineer out first. All right. Whoa! That wasn't good. Let's get a light on because we are very far from the star here. All right, let's check the gravity. Not too bad. This is going to be functional. This isn't going to be as bad as Gilly was. Gilly was freaking terrible. We don't even need to have our sun shield down because we're so far out. We can see the happy face of Grayson Kerman. Let's start setting up our science station on the surface here. Gonna just take a couple extra steps away from our ship. And let's drop it. Here's one. And my plan is I'm gonna kind of put these in a group and I'll circle all my instrumentation kind of around them. So we're just gonna go out here and drop everything off. Oh yeah, I forgot we can run now. Running on Gilly's surface, which is the last planet I landed on, was like not advisable because you basically would just run off the surface of the planet. But here we can totally do it. Okay. Turn around here and drop this here. Yeah. All right. Now we're going to come back over here. And we're going to grab our experiment control station. So we're just getting all these put in place. Ooh. This could be my longest stream ever if it keeps going at this rate, everybody. I think my longest one is like 5 hours, and I don't know, I'm having a good time. I mean, I do still need to go get groceries and cook for this week tonight, so eventually I will have to leave all of you nice people. But it will be with a heavy heart that I do so. Alright. The nice thing, I guess we'll call it the silver lining if my Kerbals get stranded out here and need a fuel tanker. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to happen. If my Kerbals get stranded out here and need a fuel tanker, the nice thing will be that I will be able to, potentially relay all this science back to Kerbin very easily. I mean, I totally meant to have to send a fuel tanker out here. It definitely wasn't because I'm dumb. Okay. We're gonna board. There we go. Nice. Alright, who's my scientist? Loman? You're up, buddy. Okay. There we go. Pop the headlight on. Turn the RCS pack off, and let's get our science set up first, and then we'll do our EVA science. So drop that in there, drop that in there. Let's get our goo. Alright, here we go. On the surface of Eeloo, folks. Just hanging out. Okay, there we go. Power available, 16. Yep, there we go. Alright, we're doing great. So we are getting plenty of power for all of our surface experiments. Let's grab our seismometer. Oh, and the surface is great. I mean, look at this jump. It's just low enough gravity to where you feel like you're in space, but not like Gilly, where it was like, oh my god, this is brutal. Okay. There's our seismometer with a wind. What this is literally a windshield. The shielding here, which is kind of not something we need out here, but you know, what can you do? Okay. And then over here, we'll just put our final piece of science. Nestle it in right in there. Making efficient use of the surface of Eeloo, so we don't litter too much. And there we go. We had a couple clicks. There we go. Everything's good. That right there is everything we need to set up on the surface. We should be producing science. Science completed 0.1%. It's producing 4 science an hour. That's pretty good. I wish there was a way we could really tell. Module enabled, deployed. If it's got a good... It does say its connection state is connected, but connected to what? Alright. Our next step is going to be, let's go ahead and get ourselves our EVA kit. Alright, we're going to stand out here for the camera, everybody. We're going to plant our flag. Spudnutibus, you and Faye have talked a lot, so I'm actually going to dedicate this one to both of you guys, because this might be our own only landing today. Thanks for the support. Spudnutimus and Lazarus Faye. It was awesome talking with you both today. Okay, there we go. The cameras are all on back home in Kerbanistan. People are just unbelievably excited to see a Kerbal on the surface of the farthest, well, sometimes the farthest object in the Kerbin system. EVA report from Eeloo's Midlands. You lay down to give the planet a hug, just so it knows it's not alone out here. You're never alone, Eeloo. Alright, let's perform some EVA science. He's going to look at his banana. It's very cold. Oh, and it's dead. Rigorous testing of new low-temperature snack technology did not go as well, or as planned, and deserves further study. Let's go ahead and grab that. Let's get our surface sample. Chipping away at the icy surface, you find some brown soil underneath. That is right, folks. Eeloo recycles its surface. It could mean that Eeloo is still geologically active on the inside. This could mean that, you know, given its elliptical orbit, it could mean perhaps it was ejected from a closer orbit. Perhaps it orbited closer in at Jool at one point, and the Julian system ejected the world, and it is still geologically active from all of those tidal stresses, even to this point. It means Eeloo's orbit could be recent-ish, you know? It may have not have always been out here. Alright, folks, that is it. Science is good. We are ready for liftoff to head back up into orbit. I'm going to go ahead and pin this. Why is this not draining? That's very worrying. Oh, it's not auto-draining. You stinking thing. Okay, let's pin both these open. Okay. I always have trouble with the staging here sometimes. So let's go here, in. I want this to drain this way. Okay. I think it's just because our staging is potentially wrong. That's okay. We're not going to need this stuff soon anymore anyways. Everything's empty out of there. Let's go ahead and close our ladders up. Very concerning right now that we only have 200 and... I think that's going to change here in a second. I think that our staging's just messed up. We're going to F5 for safety just in case. Alright, folks, here we go. Pretty much as soon as we're off the surface, we're going to get rid of our landing legs and turn towards orbit. So 90 degrees is that way. Alright, folks, here we go. I'm going to turn this off for a second. Wish our brave astronauts luck. Just above the orbit of our There we go. Gonna add a maneuver here. And we're just gonna circularize. And then we'll go get ourselves our rendezvous. And then we'll learn how screwed we are. All right. Let's get it lined up. Both my Kerbals are inside. That's always important to check. Do we have a Space Center connection? We have a direct connection to the Space Center. This is perfect. That means hopefully down at the surface, our science has it. You can see that, yeah, we didn't get our good attenuation or anything on that, so we're going to have to slam something a little bit bigger into the surface of this planet. Our electric charge from our RTGs looks good. I don't know how much an RTG produces per second. I don't actually know how much it produces a second. Okay. So there's going to be a 5-second burn, not very long to get our circularization. So let's go up to there. It's not going to let us warp much faster than we want to because we're so low. But that's okay. Okay. A rendezvous is going to take a while because despite the small engines, we actually still have plenty of thrust and a lot of granularity in our control, which is really nice. Okay, so there we go, folks. That is an Eeloo landing. I forgot to take ore sampling, but I don't do much mining on the surface of planets, so who cares? All right, let's get ourselves a rendezvous. Set as target. All right, we're gonna do a couple orbits. Put our alarms up here so we can make sure that we're not missing anything that we need to do. Bring this sucker around. Come on up there. Okay, let's see. No, I don't want to do that. Come on, game. You can do this. 2 kilometers. Let's see if we can get this down. 1. Okay, 0.9. All right, we'll do that. We'll get a 0.9 kilometer like rendezvous, and then we'll worry about matching speed and everything when we get to the other side. Okay, so next step, everybody, is we need to get ourselves situated for this burn. It's not a very long burn, but we also have an awesome... In fact, let's do this. Now that we're in orbit, we have plenty of time. Let's deactivate our ascent engines. Okay, so only our tiny little baby engine remains. This is going to give us a lot of granularity for maneuvers and should make it nice and easy to get a rendezvous and actually dock up. So let's go here and let's do it. Okay, there's our rendezvous. All right. Let's head around the planet. Let's bring it around town. We have no connection to the KSC, so doing any sort of maneuvers right now will be difficult. All right, our connection to the KSC is back because we are going through... We're going straight there, actually. We're not even relaying at this point. So let's get up here. Things are going to happen kind of fast because we're very close to the planet. So let's go out. I want to go retrograde to our target. Or, yeah. And let's do this. Let's kill all of our speed and energy. This will just get us aligned in orbit with our target. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and aim towards it. Let's get up to about 10 meters a second, and we will start slowing down as we get closer. Okay, let's flip her around. And here we go. We're just going to start heading towards it. Yeah, I'd say at about 200 meters, I'll start slamming on the brakes here. But we're just trying to get nice and close. I've got enough practice at this point that, you know, this hasn't been the hardest thing in the world to get good at. Rendezvous are really frustrating when you start them. I always tell people that, but, like, you get to a point where you become, like, you get comfortable with doing it. It just takes a lot of practice. And that's a cool shot right there, isn't it? Okay. Let's face our target again, and we're going to come in really slow here. We're locked in. Just doing these absolutely tiny puffs of velocity here. We don't want to come in and have a collision. That would be bad. Here in a second, we're going to go back and be able to see our ship here without the lander attached and see just how screwed we're going to be for getting back. I do think we're launching a fuel. You know what I'm saying. We're launching fuel up to this thing. Okay, we're just going to bring our velocity down to 0. There we go. All right. We're going to control from here. And we want to target. Set that as our target. Let's go ahead and get aimed up. Okay. And then, yeah, we got 1 kilometer a second. We might be able to get back. Let's see. All right, we're going to control from here. Set that as our target. Let's align to target. Here we go. Okay, there we are. We are aligned. Okay, here we go. All right, and now we're just going to let them come together. It'll take a few seconds, everybody, but slow and steady here is pretty much how you win this race. All right, we're going to retract this antenna. Get both of our antennas, actually, out of the way. And the Kerbals can see each other through the portholes on their hatches, and they are waving. Excited to see each other after a few hours apart. You know? These guys didn't get sick of each other. They're chill. Oh, crap. I shouldn't have done that. Whoops. Let's get that realigned. Yeah, these guys aren't unexcited to see each other. They're excited to hang out again. You know? They're amped about hanging out. Okay. coming in ever so gently. Probably a little bit fast, but that's okay. We're just gonna gently touch. Boop. Perfect. Look at that. All right. Look how happy the Kerbals are. Let's go ahead and carefully, and I mean carefully, realign normal. Okay. All right, there we go. We are realigned to normal. Let's start by getting our payload bay open. Okay. Where's our scientist? Let's move our engineer out first. Down to the... Oh, these cabins. Look how well this lined up. I didn't even plan that. That's perfect. All right, let's go ahead and let go. Let's kick our RCS system on. We're just gonna boost down here a couple times. Grab hold, and we'll board. He could have been transferred, but I'm just making absolutely sure we do this right. She, they. I'm not sure what this Kerbal's pronouns are. Okay. We're gonna go EVA here. I want to right-click here. Let's take all that data. There we go. Okay, now we're going to let go. RCS on. This is basically the deepest into space a Kerbal has ever done in EVA. Cancel. Take data. Collect data. Remove data. Okay. Come around here. Okay, we're gonna grab this. Take data. Take this data. And we're gonna collect that data. Yes. All right, here we go. We got it all, folks. We got a lot of science to work on here. Okay, we're gonna come down here, grab a hold of this, and we're gonna board. Look at all that science. And then what we're going to do to be safe, we're going to open this. Click here. How many experiments do we have? We're going to collect all. So we have all of our experiments stored away from the capsule. Nice and safe. Okay, folks. The next thing we got to do is we got to set up to do an impact and determine how screwed we are. Whoop, that is not what I meant to press. I hope that didn't cause too much of a problem. Anywho, let's go ahead and let's do some fuel transfers. The tank I'd really like to transfer into is this one. So let's transfer into that because that's nice and above the engines. Okay. Let's go ahead and transfer there. And let's fill that tank. So let's go in. Hopefully this will leave enough fuel in the lander for it to impact the surface. I'm hoping. We'll leave like 50 units in there. That's enough. All right, I think that's going to be enough. I really don't want to risk pulling any more out of this because it won't be able to impact. And we're going to see how much Delta V we have, folks. I do not think it's going to be enough. So before I end the stream today, I'm going to launch a rescue mission out here of fuel towards these Kerbals. Boop. Boop. Oh my god, we've been doing this for 5 hours. Jeebus. All right. Let's go ahead and let's close this up. And we're going to F5 for safety here. And let's see if I'm as smart as I think I am. Unlikely, but possible. Okay. Now this is not in the sun, but it doesn't matter. It's just not going to be connected to us. That's okay. As we fly away, it will have plenty of options to transmit. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's make sure all my Kerbals are where they're supposed to be. They are. Okay. Oop. Okay, I should have a good connection. I do. Okay, let's go ahead and get turned. The probe body's doing what it was designed to do. Okay. Let's pop this open. Okay. Extend it. Get our backup antenna extended. And here we go, folks. Let's hope we got enough in the tank. That'll do it! I had way more than I needed. Well, what can you do? You know what you can do? This is what you do, everybody. Hold tight. We're going to load a quick save here, because that means I only need, like, 20 fuel in that, and every bit of fuel in this thing is going to count. So really quickly, we're going to go ahead and reload that. Oh my god, that sound terrified me. Okay. So we're all full up in there. That's full. Let's pin this open. Pin this open. And let's pull, like... We had like 70 left. Let's leave like 40 in there. So let's go in. Okay, let's go. All right, that looks just about right. Let's call that done. Because that'll add just a tiny bit more. Okay. Yeah, my staging is all messed up. That's okay. Let's come around. We'll have plenty of fuel. I mean, everything is pretty empty here, but... Okay. So once again, we are connected. Okay, now what we're going to do is I'm going to go up here and go control from here. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Undock. We're just going to let ourselves drift ever so slightly apart. Let's go ahead. I bet at this point, SAS on. Yep, we can align where we need to. There we go. We're going to turn only the engines we're going to use only the engines we don't, or we need. Okay, so we should only have one engine left, that little guy. Let's get our antennas open. Okay, let's make sure we have no Kerbals in here. We have no data in here. All right, here we go, everybody. That was way more than we needed. Ugh. All right, everybody, hold tight. One more time. We're gonna take this down to nothing. Apparently we don't need any fuel in this thing to crash. And those 30, 40 units of fuel, those could be what matters for the manned Eeloo mission, given how screwed the manned Eeloo mission is right now. All right, here's what we're going to do. Pin that. Let's pin that. And let's just pull that much in. I wish you could do this slower. Okay, let's see if 10 works. Gonna F5 for safety. We're gonna deactivate every engine on this thing while it's connected. Only one engine on that thing should be good. It is. All right. Let's fly all the way around the planet one more time, everybody. We just want to be a little bit in the sunlight to do our undocking and crash. Okay. And then we will see how screwed we are. I think we're going to be very screwed, everybody. I think these poor Kerbals are going to be out here for a very long time. Waiting for sunrise any second now. Here we go. There's sunrise. All right. All right, everybody. Here we go. We're going to F5 for safety. And we're going to go up to our ring. And we're going to go to control from here. Going to select this, and we are going to undock. Okay. We're going to go ahead and align retrograde. Whoa, we almost hit it there, but that's okay. Let's get these antennas extended. Okay. Here we go, folks. Let's hope I did this right. That'll do it. Oh my god, it only takes 2. Whatever, that's close enough. We're not doing it again. All right, everybody. Now we get to ride it into the ground. Why is it not letting us time warp? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Okay, there we go. I'm being dumb. Sorry, everybody. All right, here we go. Let's get this impact done. And then, yeah, eventually I probably need to call it a day on this stream. This one's been going for a while, everybody. But I want to get some stuff set for capture. Like, I want to get that capture line ready to go. So we'll see when our next major Eeloo encounter is going to be. And I think that'll determine what we're going to do for the rest of the day today. Okay. Here we go. And we're just letting it, we're time warping in. Getting awful close. We have plenty of speed. Hopefully we'll be able to store that data until it can all be transmitted back to the KSC, because that seismometer does not have a connection to the KSC right now. All right, sweet. We will take it. And now it is just debris flying along. Lots of engines made it out. But yeah, there we go. There's our debris. There's our tiny little main engine floating along. This is its life now. It's gonna go create a debris field over here. Let's switch to that. And there we go, folks. That is our Eeloo landing and mission. I should have sent a fuel barge to Eeloo. I had the launch window, and I should have done it. No, we don't have enough fuel. All right, that's okay. Here's what we're going to do for now. We're going to leave these guys out here because I think we have a long way to go before they get themselves a rendezvous or anything else. They're still happy. They have tons of snacks. So let's go ahead and do a crew transfer. Which one's my scientist? Lohman. Let's transfer Lohman to here. All right, Lohman. Here's what we're going to do with you. Let's review our stored data. Let's put that in there. 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 Okay, we can't analyze that because we're full. Can we fit that in there? Yes, we can. Okay, and then we'll keep the rest of these. Keep everything else. Okay. Start research. All right, he is researching, and our power is holding steady, meaning we can just sit out here and farm science until someone nice comes and gets these Kerbals out of here. So let's go. What's our alarm look like? All right, let's head back to the Space Center, and we got to start figuring out how we're going to get these poor guys home. So let's see what we have planned for the next stream, because we have everything planned for the next stream. I thought we'd get a lot more of this done today, but I got distracted. We had a lot of people popping in and watching for a while today, though, so it was super great. I'm really pleased that so many people popped by and said hi and talked for a while. Lazarus Faye and Spudnutimus were like MVPs for chilling during those long burns. Okay. Let's go to the tracking station and see how bad everything is, because our Jool fuel depot should work for Eeloo. It should work just fine. It'll take more Delta V to get there, but it'll have so much Delta V when it does that it'll be able to save the Kerbals. All right, so let's take a quick look and see how screwed we are. And once we know how screwed we are, we'll be able to determine how we're going to save our Kerbals. Okay, everything is connecting to everything else, which is awesome. We don't really have a good transfer window to get out to Eeloo yet. So we're going to hold tight on getting out to Eeloo right now. Let's go down here and let's see what our next maneuver is. 17. Jool comms relay looks like it is the first major of all these maneuvers. So why don't we go ahead and start stacking our maneuvers here and see what we can do and start getting our adjustments done. And then that will, yeah, because we're at least a year. We're like 3/4 of a year out from getting a fuel depot sent to those poor Kerbals. So, yeah. Yeah, they're at year 2 right now, and they're gonna be out there for a long time. All right, let's lock and load. Let's get that done. And we're just gonna have to pop in and transmit science quite often from that thing. All right, let's lock and load and let's get it done. So it should be the Jool comms relay. Let's go ahead and fly that mission and get it set up for its for its burn. We haven't even looked in on this thing for quite a while. It's just sitting out here, chilling. Taking a while to load, very concerning. The Kraken might be tearing it apart at present. Or crashing the game. There she is. There she is. There's what she's doing. All right, let's go ahead and get her lined up for her next burn. RTGs are great because you just can leave things out here and you don't really have to care. Oh, this is such a long burn. I did not expect this burn to be this long. I hope all of them aren't this long, but I think they all might be. Okay, let's go 1-7. What maneuver is this? Edit. Jool 4 is my next one? Where's Jool 4 at? Jool 3, Jool Edition 2, Jool Edition 1? Where the heck is Jool 4 at? Lathe Mission 1? 3, 4. Dang. Alright, let's switch to that one. Apparently, it's got to go first. I didn't even see that. Yeah, this is going to be a little confusing. I'm going to have to keep my names very straight on this next couple of minutes because this is going to be a lot. We're going to, you know what? Let's get all these burns out of the way so next time it'll be nothing but fun. Okay, this should be Jool Mission 4. Yep, Jool Edition 4. We don't even know yet what moon half these things are going to. Once they have their moon designation, they'll be renamed to their actual mission. I just launched one out here for every moon. I'm also really concerned about those small engines because I know one of these moons has really high gravity. So we may have another rescue mission that we have to send. All right. Okay, we're set up. We're 115 days out. Let's make sure that's our soonest one. It is. And let's just time accelerate to it. Before I do that, let's F5 for safety. Okay. And you can see they're bouncing. This is perfect. They're actually bouncing. I believe that's the relay. That they are bouncing signals. Yeah, that is the relay. So the fleet is flying along with the relay for the purpose of using it as what it is, as a relay. Okay, so let's get up here. And it is just a few hours after. So we'll get this burn done, get another burn set up with the alarm set, and then we will immediately be going straight up and being like, oh, let's get the comms array set, let's get everything set. Okay, this is going to be one day. Okay, I'm going to back off on that real quick. Let's go find Jool. Where is Jool? There it is. Let's focus view. And we're going to, yep, coming in for a, yep, 247 periapsis. Okay, let's bring, we are aligned with our maneuver node. We have plenty of fuel. Is 3 minutes 5 seconds, so we're looking for 1.5 minutes roughly. Okay, yeah, it gives you about a minute ahead of time, so 1 minute 33 seconds. All right, here we go, everybody. If I'd been smart and done these at the ascending or descending node, we wouldn't be waiting this long right now. But this is what we get. This is what we get for my stupidity. So we'll go ahead and grab that Periaptus. And it is just going to start moving down. And we'll hang out. Just going to get all these done now, or at least a majority of them done now. Since it looks like this is going to be a 6-hour stream anyways. Didn't mean for it to go this long, folks, but, you know, I'll go make some food and get some groceries and get ready for work and everything after this. Yeah, the time to do this was definitely way earlier when we were at the Ascending Node. I think that's what it was, the Ascending Node. Like I did with the Lathe mission. Which I'm also 1,000% sure now is going to run out of fuel. Like, these fuel depots are not... These are not luxuries now. They are going to be necessary. I might even put one... Go ahead and just launch one into the orbit of Lathe. It'll have many kilometers a second when it gets into orbit. And I'll just leave it there for this mission. I could probably set it up and use it as an impactor as well. Slowly but surely. It's going to be a lot of long burns, nuclear engines, and all that. But we're going to come in and we are going to conquer the system. If I have to launch 1,000 of those fuel carriers out here, we will conquer this system. I have a special design in my head too, because we're gonna do a Moho fuel carrier as well, just because I know that's coming. Okay, ever so carefully. Thankfully, since we're doing these burns at an inefficient time, they will be fairly granular. This one, Bob. I believe Bob is probably the worst. Hull, Tylo, Val. Yeah, I gotta actually read up on these and determine how I'm gonna get down to each of them. I still don't know how this is gonna work. Alright, what we're going to do when we get into orbit, because this is Jool mission number 4, is we're gonna get into orbit and we're gonna try to determine what we can get a interaction with and what we can't. And if we can get a rendezvous, we're gonna take it. Not that type of rendezvous, because that's too direct. There's no way we'd actually be able to get stopped. No, what we want to do here is we want to come in and we want to get a rendezvous heading out and see if anything starts showing up. This is 247, so we're going to look for something about there. Just bringing it in nice and slow. Nice and careful. $250 is a nice round number. Let's leave it there. Okay, that burn is complete. Let's add a maneuver. And let's start to capture and see if anything shows up. That's not good. Is it because we're off plane? We're not that off plane. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave it just like this, because that's going to give us options. And we'll capture like that. Let's go ahead and get lined up. That'll put us at 2,500 kilometers of delta V. These fuel depots are going to be, we have to have them. Like, we're probably going to be launching more. Jool mission 4 capture Jool capture burn. There we go, everybody. Apply changes. There we are. 311 days from now, we'll be there. All right, let's check in on my Kerbals inside this thing. They are all happy. They don't know how screwed they are. All right, next one. It wasn't meant to take this long today, folks, but what can you do? The next one should be the comms array, which is going to be its own disaster to set up, I'm sure. That's going to take forever. But in fact, we're going to capture that comms array into a correct orbit. So let's go to Jool. 15,000 kilometers. 15,010 kilometers for a synchronous orbit. So let's go ahead and go to our tracking station and let's grab our comms array and do that burn and set up our capture burn for it. I'm very concerned about that one actually having signal when it does its burn, because it's unmanned and we're not going to have an, you know, when the fuel depots get there, the array should be set up. Now we have a comms array. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of signals flying between everything. I have a super good deep space network, everybody. Everybody gets service in the Kerbin system under poop. My map of the Kerbin system is like Verizon's map of the United States. There are no dark spots. Okay, almost there. Let's go. Okay, so here is our spacecraft. This is going to be another long burn, unfortunately. But that is okay. That's what it has to be. So let's go out here. Let's double click on this. It'd be cool to throw like a comms array. Eventually I might do that. Once I've got a Kerbin down on every network, I might try to do like a Kerbin-wide comms array and throw a craft into an orbit like this. Try to circularize it and set up an array like this. That'd be crazy, but it'd be cool. It takes so much delta V to do. Like each one of the satellites basically is going to have to be its own nuclear rocket rather than being attached to a mothership. Okay, let's go ahead and get locked in here. Okay. And I think slowly but surely, what we're going to do here is we're just going to get all of our maneuvers done. Make the last half hour of this the most boring thing ever, because all we're going to do is burn and you're going to hear me ramble. Ramble, 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 ramble. It's 2 minutes, 25 seconds will be roughly what we burn here. The game agrees. Yep, 2 minutes, 29 is what it believes. So we'll go up to 2 minutes, 29. Okay, here we go. And we're burning. Where's my trajectory? Yeah, and I know I set this thing up in a very wacky trajectory because the plan is to try to keep it visible to Kerbin basically at all times. So it comes in at a really wacky trajectory. All right, we're just gonna hang out while we do this burn. We're burning away. This is one of those craft where I wish I'd put. In fact, I did. I put a docking node on this thing. Whatever fuel is left in this thing goes to Kerbals in need. So this mothership, once she's done with her mission, we're going to circularize her orbit. The only thing that's going to suck about this is the orbit is going to be highly off plane, so we may have to do some very expensive maneuvers to put this thing back on plane. Maybe we can use the moons of Jool to help fling us back onto plane, and then once we're back on plane, we can circularize and leave this thing in orbit, because yeah, this thing's goal is to be a fuel depot along with a satellite launcher. And we have lots and lots of yummy fuel in this thing. I mean, total liquid fuel is over 10,000 right now, so if we can get this done with it being like nearly 5,000, I'll actually be pretty happy. I mean, each one of these guys has a, like, yeah, you can see it's 1,627 meters per second of fuel in each of them. They are designed to, you know, truly to knock it out and be just, like, once you have a comms network around Jool, outside of Eeloo, there's no blind spot in the entire system. Like, you have everything. And if I built something like that, which that green line out there, that huge orbit, which I am now very much thinking about doing, you could build a perfect comms network. All right. Let's take another look at this map real quick while we're burning. We have plenty of time. Where's that satellite I put on? Yeah, there we go. Hopefully it can work as a relay when we get there. Maybe. Slowly but surely, we're just burning our way through this. Yeah, I don't know why the rockets are still so loud. I tried to make them quieter, but it has not worked, unfortunately. The game is like, oh, you want the rockets to be quieter? Too bad. Alright, here we go. Another burn, almost done. Almost there. Here we go. This is going to be the wacky part where we get that awesome trajectory. Okay, there we go. Now, We want this to bring this down to our apoapsis goes to 15. Keep bringing it down. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to come in here. We're going to add some velocity and bring this up to 15. Come on. Okay, that's just about what we're going to get. That's going to take another 1800 delta V away from us. And then I just don't know how we're going to get this fuel carrier into actual position to help people. But we're going to worry about that when the time comes, everybody. Okay. And what that'll do is most planets in the Julian system will now have good transmitter service. So let's set that up. Even if the network falls apart, since it's polar, you have a pretty solid plan of getting something. Okay. Oop, let's go back. Set this up. Jool, comms, capture, burn. Apply change. Okay, 315 days. What's our next one? 6 days out. I'll tell you what, everybody, I am pretty tired, so I think I'm probably going to call it there. We have another couple burns coming up, so let's go ahead and go back to the Space Center. Let's take a look at those. Let's take a look at what we're going to have to do next time, because we have rescue missions, everybody. It wasn't meant to be this way. I was sending all those Kerbals up in the hope they'd come back, but none of them probably are. There's fundamental flaws to literally every rocket I built here. So... the problem with trying to use a one-size-fits-all rocket is if you have a problem on one, you have a problem on every single one of them. I also think whatever planet that you land on at... whatever planet you land on that has high gravity around Jool, I don't think I'm going to be able to get off the ground on with that lander design. I'm very concerned about that right now. So... there's some flow priority settings on the landers I need to work on as well, but let's take a look at what we have to do here, because we have a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time next time to get everything in orbit around Jool. We need to send a rescue fuel tug out to Eeloo. We need... yeah, we're in trouble. You can see the network is... my comms network is doing great. You see planets like Dres have older comms systems, so they're not quite as good. But even lonely Eeloo out here has a solid connection to pretty much everything. Okay. So... we have the fleet. You can see the fleet is looking pretty good. Everybody can see everybody else. The Jool comms relay and the Jool Edition 4 rocket are good. Next time we're probably... let's go down and see what our... Jool Edition 2, Jool Edition 3 have to do their burns. Jool Edition 1 is 59 days away from its burn. The fuel depots are coming right after that, along with the Lathe mission. So we have a lot going on, everybody. There's a lot going on here. So we have a huge amount of work to continue to do to get everything set up in around Jool and start getting rendezvous for planets. Because rendezvous are going to be kind of hard, I think. I'm actually becoming a little concerned about potentially getting rendezvous. So we're going to have to work hard on it, everybody. Anywho, I think it's been a really fun stream with everybody. I think that we have had a lot of fun today. I had great conversations. This stream ran on a little bit long, and I know it's not the most exciting, but it was really fun for me. So if you did pop by today, thank you so much for popping by and checking out the stream and just chilling out and watching me be terrible at everything. Um, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to, keep at it. Next stream, the plan is we're going to get everything in orbit around Jool. We're doing it all, folks. So we'll get all of it around Jool. We'll get our Kerbals back from Eeloo, hopefully, or at least get a rescue mission going out to them. And we'll start doing landings around Jool. Our Lathe probe hopefully will arrive, and we'll try to set up a Lathe encounter with that probe. And yeah, it's going to be exciting. So anyways, folks, thanks for popping by. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support. It's really fun to play games with you guys. I'm going to be working this week, and like I said, I used to schedule Tuesday night streams, but sometime on Tuesdays, I'm just so tired that I can't really, I can't really get a stream out. But always keep an eye on this channel. I don't schedule stuff, but, glance in on Tuesday nights. If I have something I want to play and I want to play it for like an hour, hour and a half, I'll probably pop on and play. It definitely won't be anything like Kerbal, but it'll be stuff like, I was thinking about maybe doing a stream for Redout, or another, maybe another stream eventually for Art of Rally. Maybe even some Ride 4. I know Ride 5 is out now, but I only own Ride 4 currently, but maybe one of those. Anyways, thanks for popping by, and I will catch everybody very, very soon. Also, all my plugs. I'm working on reviving my Instagram account. It's just taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. Definitely check into my YouTube channel to see archives of all my playthroughs, including this game and a really, really good Subnautica playthrough that was super duper fun, and a couple other racing games and first-person shooters that I like to play. Thank you so much for stopping by, and I will catch everybody very soon.